go ahead and get things started. Welcome on in, everybody. How are you guys all doing today? Welcome to another tarot card reading stream. I moved where my iPhone is, so the capture might actually look a little bit different. So my model, if my model looks a little funky, it's because he is looking a little kind of funky. But I think it should look fine though. But how are you guys? Sin, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you get some rest. All right, let's see. Meow Meow, thank you for being the early crow and showing up early. Also, hello there, Ray. Ray, thanks for checking in. Hexblade, thanks for checking in. Aiko, good to see you again. Thanks for checking in. I didn't know you were planning to be an VTuber, actually. I was taking a look. I usually like check out people that like chat a lot or like follow because I'm just like curious. Like, I'm like, oh, what brought them to my stream? Lunar, thank you for checking in. Haruto Yakumo, thank you for coming back for another stream. Hello, hello. Michelle Bell, hello. Thank you for checking in, dropping by. Lily, how are you doing? Lay VTuber, not Lay. Aiko, not Lay. Lay, okay. I don't know. I don't know. Lay, you're now a VTuber, okay? Zhongli, thanks for checking in. And Rio, thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months now. Thank you for supporting me. And Electra, hello, how are you doing, Electra? Thank you for checking in. Hope you've been well. How are you? Foxy, thanks for checking in. Foxy, how have you been? I saw your message on Discord. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at replying to DMs sometimes. I was like, today was like a low energy day, so I was like, I don't want to socialize, but I will respond to it. Oh my god. Yo, Xiao baby, thank you for the 50 bits. Hi. Xiao baby. Evil is Dumpling, thank you for checking in. And Love, thanks for checking in. Love, how are you doing? And Evil is Dumpling, how are you? Are you doing evil? And Sin, thanks for checking in. Go to sleep, Sin. Nevermind, thanks for checking in. Nevermind, hope you've been good. And Smiley, Lauren, I hope you've been good. Thank you for checking in. How are you? How's everyone's weekend? Did you guys have a satisfying weekend? Did things go well? Lay, thanks for checking in. Our newest VTuber in the community, Olay M. And Lena Bean, thanks for checking in. And Notama, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You dropped in right at the beginning of the stream. Not the low energy, but same. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, I'm tired. I don't want to respond to messages. You've been working on some stuff, and so far it's a slow process. Yeah, getting your model is a really long process. I know that Meowie's been trying to like get her model, and it's taken like years, basically. Like, I think, man, the process for me, it took at least a whole year after getting my character sheet and like kind of starting the design for my mama to like get the art done, get the rigging done. It's a very long process. Blank user, welcome on in. You guys had a relaxing day. That's good. I changed up a lot of things with my setup because I got a new stand from my camera mount for the tarot card reading. So I was like, may as well move some things around. So I was moving some things around like that. Love, gonna go meditate. All right, sounds good. I hope meditation does you well. You went on an intense hike. Yo, how far was the hike? I'm also, this is a stream that's gonna be that is dual casted over to both YouTube and Twitch. I guess just as a heads up. I don't really know if like I gotta tell you guys. I'm just gonna keep doing the streaming. Exhausting. You have to scrub up the house up and down. Oh man. Hey, but at least it feels nice to have a clean home afterwards, right? Yeah, you guys can say hello to YouTube. YouTube, say hello to Twitch. Luna. Wait, Luna, do you usually spend more time on Twitter on YouTube than Twitch? And Proke, hello. Thanks for checking in. How are you? It's about to snow where you were, so the day was chilly. Did you dress up enough? Do you guys use mittens? Like when it gets cold, do you guys use mittens? Or like something to cover your hands, like gloves? Because usually what I end up doing is that I usually use like fingerless gloves, because I think the only time that I'm out, or okay, like The times I remember being out and in the cold is usually driving, because you're in the car. It's like super early in the morning. You have to scrape ice off your windshield, and then you're like, damn, I need to like grab the wind. Like, you have to have my hands out, steering, right? So I had fingerless gloves whenever I went on drives, or I used those for those drives. Basically, it was really nice for that. Hike was only 6 miles. 6 miles is 6 miles, but like up a slope is rough, so that's understandable. Yeah, 2,000 feet. A year. It's gonna take some time before you debut then, since you're literally doing this all by yourself, like art socials. It depends on how fast you get through things. But yes, definitely if you're drawing both your model and then as well as doing the rigging for it, like unless you already are an established like live 2D rigger, it can take some time. Shadow Phoenix, hello. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Hello, Twitch people. Yes, hello, Luna. You have both Twitch and YouTube open? Oh, you have both open, Luna? Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm surprised that I can stream to both, actually, because I'm streaming over to Twitch at like 1080p, 60 FPS, and then to YouTube at the same. I think the only thing is that the bit rate I have to cap at 6K because of Twitch's guidelines. So the quality can't be worse going through Twitch than it is YouTube. But yeah, today was like a low energy kind of chill. I opened up Baldur's Gate, started the Dark Urge run, but we'll see how far I get into that, because I was like playing it and like I only just made it to the Emerald Enclave, and I don't know if I want to go further in right now. Lazy. Yeah, Evil is Dumpling, same. Yes, same. Yeah, VTubing stuff does take a while, which is why I usually recommend just streaming with like a PNG or something like that, just to see how much you like it. I know because I think for a lot of VTubers, this is like my biggest recommendation for someone that's new, is that debuts are hard to really pop off with if you're completely fresh. Like, you have no previous footprint on the internet. If you had like, if you're a big YouTube streamer and then you're like, oh, I want to get into the VTubing sphere, and you like opened up a Twitter, advertised it on your YouTube, and brought people over from there, and then you advertised your debut, then that would work out. But if you have like no presence, like me, like when I started, I highly recommend like getting started with streaming as soon as you can. Yeah, Aiko, what you can do is buy like a public use model. Buy like one that's like, it's like a pre-made model essentially, one that maybe has customizations, so it can look similar to the design you're going for, and then use that too. It's also a good way to save money. Highly recommend. The little chibi models Yaoi and I use are actually they're actually pre-made ones. We use them because it's like, it was pretty cheap to pick up. I think it was like 15 or 25 bucks, maybe a bit more. And then we just bought those ones, and we've been using that one, because otherwise like custom chibis would cost us both like upwards of like 500 each of us, so like it'd be like a whole grand in the whole essentially. So those ones are nice, and they're a really good quality too. Yeah, today we're doing tarot card readings. I think there should be a redemption if you want, if you guys, because you guys are all early crows here essentially. You guys are all early birds, so you guys can redeem the early bird tarot readings. Just make sure you throw in a question, and then I can answer those. Remember that for tarot card readings, for non-subscribers, you guys get a 1-card reading, which is like quick and easy. And then subs get 3 cards, and then like I think I usually do like $5 or $10 to kind of skip the line if you guys would like to do that. But I'll probably switch into the tarot card category in that case. What kind of questions can we ask? You guys can ask any kind of questions. I don't think there's too much that's beyond the scope, but remember that for tarot card readings, we're doing it here for fun, for kind of like self-reflection. Again, they're not magic. You can believe they're magic, that's fine. But like in my opinion, like they're not magical, but they are a way to kind of like reflect and look into yourself. But you can ask any kind of questions. I guess there is like a sort of like Twitch TOS limitation, I suppose, but Most questions that you would ask, like whether it's for love, for romance, for life, all like career, those kind of things, like you can ask whatever really. Although I would love to have a reading. I need to get some work done, so maybe quiet. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for coming by the stream already. For Aiko, as well as anyone that is here and lurking. I appreciate you guys coming by the stream. Let's see. I hope music's not too loud. I tweaked mic settings a little bit. I sometimes have to double check my VODs and be like, is this sounding good? Which it usually is, but sometimes it's not, so who knows. But how I like to do my tarot card readings is that usually at the beginning of the stream, we do we do 3 decks. I'll draw 3 cards, or actually I'll form 3 decks of 3 cards, so you guys can all get like a generalized reading at first, and then I do individual readings after that until we end the stream. I know that I think maybe Lily was asking if we could have some, what do you call it? If we could have some tarot card roasts, and I was like, I can roast you guys with tarot cards too. It would probably be after all the individual readings. I'll probably start them around like 11:30 or so, like a little bit after the individual ones are done. Now I usually start around that time. Actually, yeah, I think around that time would probably be good. I'm trying to think if 11 would be better, and then that gives me more time to just chat with you guys. I also want to try to like be more focused, I think, when it comes to like the tarot card readings as well. Like try to get the readings done and then like talk about it, because I know that usually I'll be like, oh, there's this card, and then like I get distracted by chat, answer questions, and then go back to the reading. But I want to try to keep them I want to try to like be more focused with like, I guess, the storytelling aspect of the cards. And David, welcome on in. I hope you're doing good. So without further ado, let me go ahead and I wonder if chapstick will help me to get less dehydrated. You're doing good? Yeah. You guys, did you have a good weekend? It goes for anyone in chat. I hope you guys had a good weekend. This weekend, as you guys know, yesterday was our stay-at-home con, so I spent most of my day yesterday playing games with people, spending time with Meowie on stream, doing our advice corner. The advice corner was actually really good, because I know that Meowie did want to do some sort of podcasting style like content creation, but never really, it's like kind of tricky because I think she's not really sure how to go about it, so stuff about that has been a little bit delayed. And Toma, hello there Toma, have you been good? Shiromizu, welcome on in. How are you doing today? I feel like everything's more or less okay with my model right now. I wanted to come and watch that, but I was busy with life things. That's okay, it's in the VOD. So the VOD, it's actually in 2 parts. I think there's 3 VODs. One of them's like a minute long because my stream crashed in the middle. I still don't know why. I had a screenshot of the error, but I never actually went and searched it. And lurk? Okay, sounds good, Toma. Thanks for lurking. And Shiro, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good one. Let me go ahead and get my tarot cards out and we can get this ball rolling on the tarot card readings. It's already been 20 minutes. I feel like part of that time was me getting ready and like drinking water and finishing up my food. Stretch. Shiro, thank you for the stretch. Honestly, never a bad time to stretch. Ah. Thanks for the stretch, Shiro. Always gotta get stretches in, because I'm an old man and it is rough sitting for a long time. Yesterday's 12-hour stream, I was like, damn, I don't know if I'll ever do like a 24-hour stream, because I feel like I'm getting like too old to just sit in my chair for that long. I'll probably have to do like more breaks. Let's take my jacket off for now. Let's see. So what's other things to start off with? We also have, again, sticker merch is available. You guys can get sticker merch from my Ko-Fi. That's currently currently we have stickers. You can get the whole pack for 10, or you can get the individual stickers for I think $3 or $4. I forget. I priced them somewhere. Gonna leave for a bit, heading home. Yes. Drive safe, travel safe, Raid. Thanks for coming out. Hope to see you soon. Random, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. We're just about to get started with the tarot card readings. Let me go ahead and loosen my mic here so I can adjust it a little bit more easily. Okay, there we go. So again, I changed up my setup, so I'm trying to be arrange it everything a bit better. Let me take a look. That looks good. Okay. I know Meowie talked to me about this. She's like, Vince, you need to set it up so that when you change scenes, your model changes, but it's okay. So, welcome to another hand cam stream that we're doing today. Oh wait, Gary, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We're doing some more tarot card readings. Again, I use the Monsoon Tarot deck. It's a deck that has got a lot of like really pretty art inside of it. There's also lower back / core exercises which specifically help with back pain related to seated desk jobs. Yeah, I think I need to be doing those kind of stretches, Michelle. I'm like, can someone just put those in the Discord and I'll look through them? Because I think I have the biggest problem with trying to look for things online but then getting sidetracked. How's you? I'm doing good. We are gonna get our tarot card reading stream started in just a second. Let me go ahead here and get switched into the right category. I want to use the tarot category a bit more just because there's not as many people using that tarot category. So I think it'd be nice to have more people, like, it'd be nice to like use it, I guess, because I would stand out more, essentially. Let's clear off this desk space here. What are tarot cards anyways? So tarot cards are a tarot deck is made up of 78 cards. Tarot cards are typically used I think for kind of reflection or insight into, usually there is the tarot card reader and the person that is asking a question. I think it's querer, I guess, is what they usually mention, but so usually there's someone that asks a question and the tarot card reader will draw cards. The spread will depend because there's a couple. There's some that are just like a simple 3-card spread. And then there are others that are more complicated, like the Celtic Cross one, which is like a total of like 10 different cards. But the cards themselves have different meanings and definitions depending on what suit they are, whether they're a minor or major arcana card. There's a lot to them. Dumpling. Let's see. Corny, welcome on in. Hello there. How are you doing today? We are starting our tarot deck tarot readings. But yeah, you guys, it can be a question about anything. It can be mundane in terms of like, oh, what should I eat tomorrow, to things that are like, hey, I'm having trouble with, you know, my relationships in life. How can I do better? I'm about to finish my physical training, I think. So they've helped my knees so much. I might have to look into physical training thing. Hello there, Vicky. How are you doing? But okay, let's go ahead and get started. So again, at the beginning, what I like to do is we do 3 mini decks. So we're gonna have 2 cards because they're 3-card spreads, and then the top one for this one is the 3 of water, but in reverse. And next we have the second deck with the 4 of earth, and then the last one we have the strength card. All right. Let me arrange this. Let me get an idea of where my camera angle is centered roughly. Sometimes I wonder if I should just draw tape or have lines on my desk, but I think that'd be hard. And then if I zoom out even like a little bit, then you guys will see where like the lines are on the desk. You're good. You're very happy with yourself. Really? Did something good happen today? Would you like to share? And Solari, hello. Which tarot deck? This tarot deck is the Monsoon Tarot deck. Welcome to the YouTube end of the stream. Oh, you can do readings? I can, Exile. Use a playmat maybe. I do have a really nice playmat. You guys want to see this one that Meowie got me? Hold up. let me back this up. So I do have a desk mat, but it doesn't necessarily work well for tarot card readings. It's this one. It's like cute corgi one right here. Let me get this laid out properly. But it's like a really big mat actually. But like my keyboard's, well actually I can move this way. This is the whole one. It's a cute like space corgi stuff because I love stuff, anything like related to space essentially. The only problem is that if I do put tarot cards on it, it's a little hard, and it's like it doesn't give the right vibe for tarot card readings, right? What are those supposed to mean? Oh, I'll define what these tarot cards mean real soon. But yeah, like it doesn't really look good, but I like that it's like command controls. You got these really cute ones just looking. Actually, I think they're not corgis. I think they're Shibas. Are they Shibas? I think they're Shibas. Yeah, not corgis. I do like Shibas a lot though. Yeah, you got space. I think this actually, no, yeah, this Earth is Australia. Not Australia, that's Europe, and then Africa. And then you got South America and then North America. Don't clip that. I know my geography. I'm not American. I am American. Yeah, we'll roll this up. Okay, back to our decks here that we have available. Be careful, readings are deeper than you think. They certainly can be. And then, let me see, let me put this here. And then we'll zoom in right there. So we've got the 3 of Water, the 4 of Earth, and the Strength card. So these are 3 decks that are available. Let me go ahead and set up a little prediction here on Twitch's end. What that's going to be is that you guys can just pick which one, and then whatever you feel that you're close to, that can be the tarot card reading for your week. So we have the 3 of Water. I feel like you guys might enjoy watching me type, maybe. 3 of Water in reverse, and then we have the 4 of Earth, and then we have the Strength card. You are free to pick any deck that you feel like resonates to you to some extent, but I will go over what each of the cards mean. Is that a hedgehog in the middle one? It is a little hedgehog in the middle one. So if you feel like you resonate with one, you can pick a tarot deck, and then it'll give you a little badge right next to your username. Oh, let me zoom this out a little bit so you guys can see the Strength card. And we'll migrate these over. I feel like I will probably keep repositioning these. Nice keyboard. Thank you, Mitsu. And it looks like Lex or Baby. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, lights. The lights are really pretty on my keyboard. I do like that. It's really good for the ADHD. But first up, we have the 3 of Water. For the 3 of Water, imagine you're at some kind of event. You've got, it's a small little kickback. You have friends laughing, talking about things in the background. It's a card of camaraderie and friendship. It encourages a happy gathering with one's closest friends. However, this card is in reverse, which means that there is some sort of overindulgence. That there's maybe heavy partying involved, and that there's some sort of isolation or independence or alone time that is maybe suggested by the card. And yo, Ozen, what's up? Welcome in. Next, we have the 4 of Earth. So it's like this. The hedgehog has spent its fall preparing for the winter, collecting fruits, gathering them inside the tree, making sure that they are safe from the elements and that they can safely hibernate throughout the winter months. I don't know if hedgehogs actually hibernate, but in this picture you see that there's a hedgehog here, and they are currently they're actually smiling. So expressions and faces are very important in this deck because not all the cards actually have faces on them. You'll notice a few, notably I forgot which one. I think the King of Fire is one of them that does not have a face. So the expression or the face that he's making is really up to you. But here you can see that the hedgehog is actually very happy. 3 of water is you. Oh yes, there are ads currently. I'll wait for the ads to finish. Let me do that. Let's see. To add. Was it ads? Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I don't know if hedgehogs hibernate, but let's see. Oh, Michelle's probably an ad, so I can't respond to that message. We'll probably wait until those guys come back, but how are you guys doing? Oh, look, Zhongli. Zhongli, thank you for the redeem for the early bird tarot. So there are 3 slots open. So for the individual readings that go on after this, you can, if you have your question, you can go ahead and redeem for that. Vince, my cat is being very well behaved and you love him so much. Aw, that's so good. It's kind of cute when your pets are being well behaved like that. Artemis, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Make sure to remind me to hydrate because tarot card reading streams are pretty heavy in terms of speaking, so gotta keep the mouth lubricated, which doesn't sound right. Gotta keep the mouth hydrated. Keep me hydrated. Dumpling, welcome back. And Shoto's maid, welcome on in. Hello. We're doing tarot card readings today. Vicky, thank you for the hydrate. Bruh, yo, hey, you didn't hear anything, Ozen. All right. So for ads, when you guys got hit with ads, did you guys hear what the 4 of Earth was? And Candace, thank you for checking in. How are you doing today, Candace? You guys didn't hear the 4 of Earth. Okay, so 4 of Earth. Imagine a hedgehog who has been preparing for the winter. They've been, collecting fruits and storing them in their little home, making sure that they can last and live comfortably throughout the winter, even when they're hibernating. That they'll have a stock of food because food will be scarce afterwards. So 4 of Earth is a sign of conservation. It indicates substantial material possession and may reveal protective tendencies, maybe like a hoarder's kind of instinct. Words associated with that is saving money, security, frugality, scarcity, and control. Will I stay alive until I'm 30? Okay, that's an interesting question. I hope you're, doing good living habits at the very least. And then lastly, we have the Strength card. So the Strength card, imagine not someone that's strong, someone that may be thin, may seem frail, but they've endured many tribulations. They've gone through many trials and they still stand despite all of them. Even though they are not maybe physically strong, outwardly very intimidating, they have a strength within them that is undoubtedly there. So strength represents a calm but patient and efficient strength. Not just brute forcing, not just using power to overwhelm the obstacles, but just either endurance or quietly tackling the challenge at hand. Some words associated with it is courage, passion, subtle power, persuasion, focus, and compassion. You can kind of see here, this strength card is very interesting in this deck because it's got this like square-shaped person sort of staring at, it almost seems like their shadow or a reflection of themselves. It's really weird because this artist is, the artist has drawn this person with a candle in their hand, but you can still see like the reflection in front of them. So that it's like, it's not a shadow, it's something more real than that. Let's see, Vicky asks another question. Will I stay stuck in the same cycle that feels like it won't break no matter how hard I try? Dang, all 3 of these explain me perfectly. So what I want you to do, you guys can pick all 3 of them. However, the one you want to go with, well, you guys can pick all 3 of them, period. But these are all supposed to be your current present. What you're currently feeling in the present is that for the 3 of water is that you know, you've been in a lot of gatherings, grouped up with a lot of people, but you feel like there's a heavy amount of like partying, or like very like maybe there's a need to be alone or some isolation instead of like spending time with others. The Four of Earth is speaking of building up your resources, being careful, trying to have control of your situation so that you are prepared for the future. And then Strength is speaking to like exploring your inner strength, having that inner strength to be able to tackle and fix problems. And North, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. How was your stream? North, I usually like, actually let me zoom in. Oh, let me zoom in here. I usually like to offer raiders or those that are rating a question, if you like a tarot reading. So if there's a question you would like to ask, or if you're part of North's raid, if there's a question you think that you want to ask in their place, feel free to send it in chat. But welcome on in, raiders. Again, my name is Vincent Faust. I'm a warlock VTuber who accidentally isekai'd himself trying to escape the hero. I usually stream a variety of games, but most notably horror games, do some voice acting, and I do tarot card readings. So if you're feeling lost and you're in need of guidance, you know where to find me. Oh, right now it's 3 of water because you're literally at a party. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so 3 of water is a gathering of friends, but this one's in reverse. So for those that are not familiar, when cards are upside down, for me, the way I read them is that they're not necessarily opposite. They can be opposite sometimes, but it's sort of like a weaker, more subdued version of the original card here. So instead of like a celebration with friends, those that you are emotionally close to, think about like diving into your own emotions and looking within yourself. Thank you guys for welcoming in the raiders. Can I ask what I can do to get higher in my career? Okay, sounds good. So, I will go over the 3 groups after we do North's question here. So, I'm between Earth and Strength. Both good ones, huh? It's okay. So each one is a deck. So there's going to be a past, present, and future. Right now, I've only revealed to you guys the present for each one. Okay, North. Can I ask if your career is... We're talking about like, you know, a standard like white collar, or we're saying about, I guess, a standard career, not like a streaming career, right? Okay, North, you get a choice because everyone has control of their own destiny. Do you want me to keep this card as is, or do you want me to flip it upside down? Your regular 9 to 5. Okay, sounds good. Let me zoom in a little bit more because there's just one card. Flip it. All right. You don't trust me? That's fine. All right. We flipped it. It is... Oh, you put it face up, actually. It is the Knight of Air. The Knight of Air. So as a suit, the air is always about knowledge and truth. The Knight of Air in particular is one of the court cards, and it represents fast thinking and a fast thinking and ambitious person who's taking decisive action without much planning. Imagine, you know, someone just diving into the fray. They know what they have to do, so they know themselves, or they trust themselves, so they can just dive into it. They're just like, I'll be able to tackle whatever problem, so I'll pop right in. So this one's talking about ambitious, action-oriented, driven to succeed, fast thinking, and defending beliefs. So you were talking about how to get higher in your career. Oh no, this is a reading for North, so this may not relate to you very much. But the Knight, so this card can be yourself, it can be any person in, it could be a person in your life as well. But it's talking about how fast thinking and ambition will get you like the furthest here. So you were kind of asking how to progress with your career. It's really like, you know, if you see any opportunities, any good opportunities that pop up, North, go for it. Essentially, if there's like, you're like, I can do this, this is something I can do, or you know that it's something you can handle. Basically, this card is saying like, you know, take, maybe not necessarily the first one that pops up, but like any, like you can be very quick about it, essentially. Anything that you feel like won't be around for a long time, go ahead and hop on. And yeah. So let's go over the first deck. So the first deck we had was the 3 of water, but in reverse. All right, let's get this focused out here. This should be center roughly. So in the past, what we have is the 2 of air in reverse, and then in our future is the king of air, right side up. Thanks for reading. Thank you for the raid, North. Wait, do you prefer Yagami instead of North? I'm sorry. So 2 of air. You can already see through the picture. I guess I should show you guys this better. A little closer on. So 2 of air. Imagine you've lost your sight. You cannot see. That you have to, but you realize that you're in a situation where you're bound, that you're kind of restricted. You don't know, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust what you see, but instead you have to trust what you feel in this situation. So 2 of air is talking about a decision that, I guess it's trying to make a difficult decision, something that you may have looked at, but then like even looking at it doesn't help you decide on what's better or not. So before this girl is a pair of scissors and a key. The scissors cut like the ribbons that are kind of holding her back, but maybe what she's being held back with is more than just physical restraints. She needs the key to unlock something in terms of knowledge, something in terms of wealth, something in terms of her passions, her emotions. So maybe reaching for the scissors isn't the right decision, and maybe she wants the key, but sometimes it is what's physical that's holding you back that you want to resolve first. So in this case, that is the 2 of air, and having it in reverse kind of signifies that there may not be a right decision, that you may have been faced with I should zoom this back out a bit, that you may have been faced with a difficult decision and that there's no real right answer, and in fact you might have to actually pick the lesser of 2 evils. And that's something that may have happened in the past that's led you to the current situation with the 3 of water, where there's this things such as overindulgence. Maybe you're trying to cope, trying to come to maybe you're in some sort of like period of grief that you're trying to overcome from that. Or maybe you know, you're feeling sad or feeling down. All of these cards are minor arcana, so they're not necessarily major life events, but they are ones that will affect that, you know, of course you're going through a situation of some sort. So again, some other words associated with the 2 of water or 2 of air in reverse is that there's no right choice, that you're confused, indecisive, and that there may be an information overload, that there's too much before you, and that's making it difficult to decide on what to do. And then lastly, we have the king of air, which is the king of the air suit, I guess. I was like, I guess that I'm just repeating information. Also, Avira, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Now, the king of air. The king of air, you see this guy, he's like, it's hard to tell, but he's actually flying through the air. If you look at the bottom, you'll see that there are houses, and he's riding this parchment through the air, holding this cat. There's a bird flying with a letter in the foreground. It's actually a very interesting card. He also has no expression. He seems to be very focused on his work though. The king is an intellectual authority, so someone that's stern and logical. He offers counsel based on superior knowledge and experience. So this is a situation where you want to, essentially, he's someone that has all this knowledge and can offer advice regarding like a specific subject matter. Some words over it is talking about the head over the heart, using the head over your heart, being disciplined, truthful, honest, having mental clarity and authority. Let's see, baby, you can relate to these. I'm glad. And Shoto, how's your day been going? It's been going good. I get to spend time with you guys now. I was spending time with Meowie earlier, catching up on anime. Freywin's got another episode. I think Ragna Crimson is also a really good one too. I know that Foxy was talking about that series, and I was reading that manga series, not when it came out necessarily, but a couple years ago, and it was really good. If you guys would like a reading, and welcome in, Sandy, readings will be done after the group readings. I think all 3 of the early bird tarot card readings have been claimed already. So you guys will have to wait until we start raffling off tarot card readings. Fel, I've never had my tarot read or anything of the sort. I think I'm a rat Gemini or something. A rat Gemini. I'm not too familiar with what that might be. Because tarot cards, we usually deal with the... So tarot readings, I specifically do with tarot decks. There are also oracle cards. There's also horoscopes. There's also, I guess, there's like the Chinese zodiac that you can also... there's also like your regular zodiacs. There's a lot of different ones out there. Ragna Crimson, yes, that is a really good series. I think what makes me happy is that Meowie really enjoys it. Reason being is that I think Meowie can be kind of picky when it comes to anime, so I'm like, oh shit, she actually likes this one. She does watch a lot of anime, but she can be really picky with them. Anywho, so if you're someone that picked the 3 of water in reverse, again, you feel like there's been some overindulgence or over partying that you're currently going through right now, or maybe some maybe you've been trying to seek alone time currently. Realize that, you know, it's probably because you're in a current situation where you're like low energy or tired, that, you know, you may have made a hard decision that, again, like going over the 2 of air, is that it was like a decision that there was no right decision. There's no right decision in it. You had to pick the lesser of 2 evils, which would have been a very emotionally taxing kind of decision to make. So that's led you to the 3 of air, or 3 of water, sorry, the middle one right here, where you're kind of trying to like, I guess, trying to cheer yourself up, trying to get out of this rut after being like, man, that was not a good decision to make. I'm like kind of really regretting that decision. I'm not happy with what I made. And then now there's the King of Air in the future. So sort of like in the future, you'll know that you'll learn from whatever happened, you know, that, you know, you only knew so much in the 2 of air. The 2 of air, again, is kind of like close to the ace. It's close to the beginning. It's where you start sort of an intellectual journey. But with the King of Air, it's sort of like at the end. With like, it's kind of like hindsight is 2020. Like looking back, you now know that if you ever encounter the same issue or run into the same problem, or if anyone needs advice when they're in the same situation, you can now offer that kind of counsel, that kind of like insight, because you've been through that situation. I think the biggest thing is kind of overcoming any kind of current indulgences, understanding that, you know, you're currently not feeling okay, again, from this like reverse 3 of water, and to kind of take care of yourself and know that even though if you fail, like failing is never actually a bad thing. It's actually something that helps you learn, helps you grow, and leads you towards success. And that's kind of the thing with the King of Air, is that, you know, he's accumulated all this knowledge, and, you know, it's sometimes knowledge comes at, you know, the cost of failure. Me at work, but my boss never listens to you. Oh no, I see. I've never had my... Wait, Ragna, you should learn palm reading to use on Meowie. I mean, that could be very interesting. I feel like I have a very faint... Like, my line up here is actually very faint. I think some people have more of a line there, but mine all meshes with the center line. But anywho, thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Shoto's made. I appreciate you giving me the hydrate, because we are going to be talking a lot. For this one, I think this card is more... this spread is mostly about sort of like self-acceptance. Understanding that we've all made mistakes in the past. We've maybe made decisions using with the best of our knowledge in the past, but we, you know, kind of still regret what we've done. But in the end, you know, like that knowledge will help build us into someone that is knowledgeable. You have an M on your hand? Yeah. It's interesting because I think the thumb line's less like, let's see, less like prominent in my left hand than my right hand. I am right-handed, so I feel like if you looked at my hands, you could tell, I suppose. Okay, that's that 3 of water spread there. So next up we have is the 4 of earth spread. You have an X on your hand. Really, Bumblebee? All right. So we've got the Four of Earth. So again, Four of Earth is essentially feeling as if you have, accumulated some sort of wealth. Like, like you've spent your time working, spent your time saving up, spent your time preparing, for like a rainy day or a tough situation. The Four of Earth, again, Earth as a suit is regarding your health and wealth. So maybe, you've been working out to make sure that your body stays strong. You've been, putting in hours at work to make sure that you have enough income and savings, etc., etc. So in the past here, if you decide to go with the second deck, is that you have the Ten of Earth. So it seems like you've come from a situation where there is plenty to the point of surplus. And then in the future, there is the Five of Water. Okay. Which represents grief or grieving, and possibly a need to kind of move on from that grieving. So let's see what this is saying here. It's very interesting that it leads from sort of like two very positive cards to the Five of Water, which is sort of like, what is there to grieve about? What is happening here? Okay. So again, the Ten of Earth. Imagine the hedgehog right now has a lot. He's got enough food, he'll last the winter. Will he last the second winter? Probably not. Will he last 3 winters? Definitely not. But the Ten of Earth is having this surplus to the amount that you will almost never really run out, it seems like. You just, the 10 is like the completion of a journey. You've accumulated a lot of wealth that can be enjoyed by an entire family. So not only will you be able to feed yourself, like the hedgehog, you'll be able to feed your family and maybe your friends as well. The Ten of Earth represents Earth, financial security, family, long-term success, and contribution. So it's a very good card. It's like, I think it seems like it's like in a time where you have a lot, there's a lot harvested. Going from that to the Four of Earth is that you've always been very comfortable, I suppose, because maybe from, even though like you've always like having a lot of wealth, you've been very cautious with the wealth. You're not the type to like splurge too hard. You always make sure to double check you have enough money, you try to pay off your debts as soon as you can. So that leads us to the Five of Water here. Oh, bad habit, but let me examine more of the cards. So here we have the Ten of Earth. The Ten of Earth, you see that there's a bunch of, it sort of looks like, can't tell if it's a woman or not. You can't tell what their expression is, but they have a lot of food. They've got all this bread stacked on these like giant plates on top of their heads. They're sprinkling what looks like either gold coins or maybe butter or like some like cheese maybe all over they're literally like dumping on the ground because they have so much of it that they can share it with, I guess, like the earth. They can just pour it out, and still not really worried. And then we have the hedgehog in the Four of Earth. He's very comfy. He's inside his little like den here. He's got a lot of fruits. He's got berries. He's got nuts. Has a lot of things, and he's not afraid of like the storm that's brewing outside, or that storm, I guess the winter outside. And lastly, we have the Five of Water. So again, this one, you see a woman. She seems like a woman. She's crying. She's trying to catch her own tears, but obviously you can't really catch your own tears. They're gonna slip through your fingers. Sort of like how sometimes you're grieving over something's lost. You wish you didn't lose it, but there's sometimes things are just meant to be. Sometimes that's just how things go, and it's talking about the importance of like having to let go. There's like a beached boat over here too, kind of representing that it's that you may have been stranded on land, like stranded, stuck on like this moment of grieving, and that it may be time to move on from that. I've actually never looked in the top part of this. She's even in the shadow of something really big. There's clouds over here. You can't see what's above her though, and there's some birds flying by. So the Five of Water, again, you're crying, you're trying to catch your tears, but of course they slip through your hands. The Five of Water symbolizes disappointment and regret with an unexpected outcome. It indicates that there is a need to move on. It's some meanings with the words relate to regret, failure, disappointment, pessimism, loss, and grief. Get some water here. So this is sort of speaking to the future, that there may be a disappointing situation that kind of occurs in the future. And I think part of it is maybe and having regrets, essentially. I think the 4 of Earth and the 10 of Earth are both really good cards. It's indicating that there's a lot of wealth, but there are some downsides in terms of like the 4 of Earth. There's all this control, this need to be saving, this kind of, it can almost be a level of greediness associated with it. And that can be spoken to with the 10 of Earth as well, is that there's like something that is really compelling about money. And once you die, once you pass, you can't take money with you. And I think instead of just constantly saving money, it's sometimes good to just spend a little more, enjoy enjoy some of the wealth that you have rather than conserving it all the time. Like, it is good to prepare for a rainy day, but we can make sure you kind of go out without any kind of regrets here. Earth again is wealth and health. I think it loosely kind of ties in with time as well. I don't usually mention time very much because time isn't really a concept that is associated with these elements, but I would kind of see this as, because grief, the 5 of water, I kind of feel like is a loss of something emotional, something. I feel like it's usually like a relationship with somebody. And I think what might be indicated here is that you're so focused on wealth, scoring income, that maybe you're spending so much time at work, for instance, that you're not hanging out with friends, not spending time with family, and that it may lead to regret in the future if you continue to do that, because you never know when someone might leave your life, whether they just you lose that connection, or a tragedy strikes or something like that. So really treasure not just money and wealth, but also time you have with other people. So I think what this spread is that if you kind of went with that 4 of Earth, it's just, check up on your friends, see how they're doing, try to spend some time with them, especially if it has been a long time since you last, spoke or saw each other face to face to some extent. Especially if you're doing okay, that you're like, what, I don't need to be doing overtime this weekend, or it's okay to spend a little bit and eat out to spend time with them, all these kinds of things. The 5 of water doesn't seem like it can be all bad. Through grief counseling, you've learned that moving on doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. It can be good. Yes. I think the biggest thing with this one is that I'm kind of trying to figure out why. Again, this is a general reading with chat, so when I do readings for chat, it's difficult to do readings for you guys because I don't really know what you guys are going through. So this one is where I'm purely a tarot card reader, where I'm just kind of reading the cards and trying to bring up a sort of meaning. Also, baby girl, hello! I am on YouTube as well. Thanks for dropping by the YouTube stream. Moving on is scary, but it can be healthy, yes. But make sure you take the proper time to grieve. That is important as well. Some people do like to just move on quickly. They like to be, oh, you know what? Yeah, that's a sad thing that happened. It sucks. But you know what? I'm over it. I'm going to go past it without fully kind of letting themselves feel how they feel. Feeling that, they're grieving, that, it's okay to be sad. It's okay to cry if you're going through a sad time in your life. Oh, everyone's stuck in ad jail. But yeah, I'm sometimes when people are stuck in ad jail, I'm like, what should I usually talk about for a whole minute and 30 seconds? I'll probably recap the spread here essentially, but yeah, the biggest thing is that, things, I think honestly, this 5 of water is a really good card because she's just trying to catch on to the water that's tears coming from her eyes. But she really can't. They're just dripping through her hands. And I feel like it's It's a sad card, but for some reason it also reminds me of that one video of the raccoon that accidentally drips his cotton candy in the water and it just melts away. Because it's like something that's just slipping through their fingers. Yeah. You can really see that she has an expression. Everyone has really pointy noses. Actually, no, she just has a pointy nose. I don't think everyone has a pointy nose. She's also wearing kind of like it feels like a cloak of some sort too. It's not necessarily black, like more like she's in mourning, but she's just dressed in a very dark tone. Shoto, thank you for another hydrate. I need it every time it goes off a cooldown, to be honest. Welcome back, guys. I didn't go over too much past that. I know that when you guys are in ads, I don't want to like go over too much. But again, for this spread, it's talking about, you know, someone that's had a lot of wealth, someone that either has had a lot of money, had a lot of time, and then there's someone that like likes to save it a lot too with that 4 of Earth. But the 5 of Water is speaking of some emotional regrets. Maybe there's some food, there's like when you're traveling, there's something like a place or restaurant that you really wanted to eat at, but you decided, no, it's kind of too expensive, it's out of my budget, I'm not gonna go. But then you might end up regretting that, or, you know, grieving over the missed opportunity. There's also what Michelle talked about, is that, you know, grieving is good too, and it's important that you don't try to avoid grieving if you did experience some sort of loss as well. Take time to fully experience your emotions, and from that you will be able to like properly grow and move on from that. Also Bokuto, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, for this spread, it's basically don't be afraid of don't feel like you always have to save everything, you know? Like sometimes it's okay to spend a little bit more if it means some more emotional like satisfaction. The way I like to look at it is that Earth and water are kind of like complementary elements. Water alone is kind of like this puddle. It's kind of spreading, it's going everywhere. But when you have Earth, that you can direct that water. You can direct the power, because water is very powerful if it's used with direction. And what I think about is like Earth, like having a carved out pathway or canal in the Earth that can channel that water energy, essentially. So kind of like using Earth, like using your wealth, using your health or your time to kind of support, you know, either having time to grieve to yourself or support your emotional needs so that you don't end up regretting something, which is another definition with the 5 of Water. Thank you for the stretch, Dumpling. I should stand up and stretch, to be honest. But I hope you guys are enjoying the tarot card readings. So we're gonna do the third one after this one. And with the third one, after that, we'll do the individual readings. Let me go back here. We've got 3 of them. First one was from Vicky, and then we got one from Shoto's Maid. And then last one was from Zhongli. Mr. John Lee. Alright. Oh, let me arrange these properly. And last one is our strength card. So again, strength is this sort of inner strength. Imagine that maybe despite not being the most confident in your body, being able to lift, being able to power, like smash through your obstacle, but you do have that confidence or courage to stand up even when you aren't the most like physically intimidating one in the situation. So in the past, we have the 5 of Fire. There's been some sort of conflict. And then in the future, we have the 3 of Fire. Move that there. I see, feels like there's a lot of passion with this spread here. Let's see. The strength card is more about spiritual strength. It is more about like a spiritual strength. It could be more about spiritual strength. It's definitely not something that is an outward like manifestation of strength. I think typically people see like the lion as like a physical manifestation of strength, but this is sort of like an inner strength. I don't want to use the fox because the fox is like the fox and lion are usually compared as I guess if you don't know, oh shoot, I'm trying to remember what that's from. Machiavelli, I think. But essentially it's different ways that king can rule, either through power or through cunning, essentially. Aaron, thanks for checking in. Welcome in. So what we have here is the 5 of fire and the 3 of fire. Let's go over the 5 of fire first. So what you can see here in the 5 of fire is that there's a big ass pillow fight here. Imagine you're in a conflict. There's a lot of people duking it out. A lot of people are upset. They're angry. The 5 of fire symbolizes strife and conflict. Usually it's indicative of a messaging problem. It's saying that it's maybe time to listen to others. So with the 5 of fire is just sort of imagine like it seems like there was some sort of conflict in the past. It could have been conflict with other people. They didn't really understand how you felt. They didn't understand maybe what you were trying to communicate didn't come off as you intended. So there's a conflict, disagreement related to that. And then going over the strength card again. Again, the strength card is a sort of calm and patient but efficient strength that's coming from within. It's talking about like properly using power, compassion, and persuasion to achieve your goals, rather than just throwing your weight around. And then lastly, we have the 3 of fire, which is a sign of progress, that there is a plan in place and that it's starting to get implemented. The 5 of fire is pretty straightforward, so I'll just bring up, well, we can bring up the strength card. Strength card, there's like a twig on the side here that's burning. There's a very thin and kind of frail looking figure here, kind of staring at their own reflection, looking at within themselves. And then we have a volcano in the background. There's all these beds kind of lifting. It's a very interesting scene because it's very blank. The 5 of fire picture is you and your best friend when you were younger. Yeah, just a lot of pillow fights. Yeah, you can see that this is a really rough pillow fight, especially if the pillows are falling apart and feathers are coming out of them. And next we have the 3 of fire as like the sort of future in the spread, is that this is like sort of a sign of progress and that things are starting to be implemented, that things are underway. You can see here that there's a very royal princess, maybe queen to be honest, surrounded by guards, and they're presenting this cat with both a sword and a crown. But you see that instead of picking up the crown and being satisfied with his accomplishments, the cat picks up the sword because that, he's setting his heights on greater things. He actually has a smile on his face too. Again, expressions are very important when it comes to these cards. He knows that he could settle for the crown, but it's kind of a small crown compared to the queen's crown, right? So like that would be kind of aiming low and just being satisfied with something, which is like not a bad thing, but he's setting his sights to go higher essentially. He knows that the sword will help him fight more efficiently or better in the future. Stretching out my back. Do you guys like to do a thing where you like turn around in your chair? Like you keep your hips facing forward, but then you like twist your back. Maybe you grab the back of your chair to kind of like crack your back. Nia, hello, welcome. I'm so far from my desk. I am back. Welcome back, love. Okay. So for this spread, it seems like there was some sort of conflict, a disagreement with people in the past. The fire one, it seems that it was a very passionate conflict. It was, something, it got heated essentially. Like you guys fought, you guys both heavily wanted to defend your sides and you guys were just, throwing words around. And this led to, but maybe you stood your ground, stood up for what you believe in, or maybe you didn't, and that's why you're exploring your inner strength. You're kind of looking within yourself and realizing, that, trying to see test your beliefs and whether or not you'd continue to support them. You're kind of like just looking at this, like whatever it is that you're fighting for, you strongly believe in. You're not afraid of conflict in order to defend it. And the Three of Fire is kind of talking about how it seems like maybe what you're fighting for is a plan, like a sort of goal you have for the future, something that you want for yourself. Again, fire relates to passion. So something that you're very excited about, something that you see as being a core part of yourself. So the Three of Fire is kind of like you're gonna fight for it, and you're gonna use that strength from the Strength card to put your plan into action. Some other words associated with the Three of Fire is preparation, progress, foresight, enterprise, expansion, and overseas opportunities. Interesting. Will I be kicked out of the raffle? There's no raffle right now. Archangel Uriel. Hello, welcome in, James. Unless you prefer to be called Uriel. Shota's made, thank you for the hydrate. And B, hello B. How are you? Thanks for checking in. Also, Nai, how have you been? Both work? Sounds good. So for this spread here, it's kind of like you fought for what you're passionate about. Like you fought for your passions, your hobbies, your interests, the things you love, essentially. And you're kind of like, you know, remaining strong throughout all this because of your inner strength, your belief that, you know that this is what you want and that this is something you want to fight for. So this spread is more about kind of like sticking through with it, like not giving up. Because sometimes, you know, when you're fighting a battle and you don't see any end in sight, you're like, oh man, maybe I should call it quits. Maybe other people are right. Maybe I should stop doing this. But this one's kind of encouraging that you have a plan and that things are going to start, you know, the cogs are going to start turning. Things are going to start being implemented, that there's going to be progress and progression with what you're trying to do. So this is actually kind of a good sign. There's nothing that it's necessarily telling you to not do, because we do have a good kind of, I guess, card in the future, but rather keep on doing what you're doing right now and you'll get where you want to go. Not a roleplay, by the way. That's good. I don't usually roleplay with people in chat. Not to that extent. This is really calling me out. This is good. Yeah, the cards will call you out. And if you want to get a tarot card reading, I'm going to be doing raffles after I do the 3 tarot card readings for the people that got here early. So, I guess I have where's that text? If you got $5, you can skip the line and jump to beginning and get a tarot card reading right away. But let's review the 3 spreads. First off, we've got the 3 of water with the 2 of air in the past. So kind of like you've gone through a tough time with the 2 of air, that you had to pick the lesser of 2 evils, or there was a hard decision that didn't really have a right answer. So now to kind of cope, you may be trying to overindulge yourself like in some kind of way. And you, oh James, thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with your own sub, actually. You're getting so eepy because it's so comfy. Yeah, don't worry, Vicky, your question is actually right after I review these, so you'll be good. And then the King of Air is knowledge. So kind of like you may have gone through a disappointing situation in the past, and that's kind of led to this kind of overindulgence, trying to like get into heavy partying maybe. But remember that, you know, anything that is sort of like a failure is actually growth for yourself, that you'll bounce back and be stronger than before, more knowledgeable than before. And that is like with the King of Air in the future. Next up, we have the 4 of Earth group. That one is coming from a background or like a past with a lot of wealth. So again, the 10 of Earth is just having this kind of surplus, enough money to share with a family, with friends, with everyone. To the 4 of Earth, which is like kind of talking about conservation, having control of how much you spend so that you can be prepared for any poor weather that comes by. And Jay, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? But the thing is, doing this kind of pattern, while you may be used to it and you are happy with like how much you can save, don't give up on any kind of like emotional needs you might have, or be wary of how you spend it. Like time with like friends and family is limited, you know, and you know, all the money in the world can't really bring them back after they're gone. So make sure to spend time with friends and family. Make sure to indulge in, you know, your emotional needs. I don't know why you guys are typing in join. There's no reason. There's nothing to join right now. I do want to eventually set up a raffle. Oh my god, Jay! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Jay, would you like to kind of skip the line and get a tarot card reading? Also, if you did get a sub from Jay, make sure to thank them. Thank you, Jay, for the 10 gifted subs. It makes me happy. Thank you. Alright. And then reviewing wise, that's the last card right here. But yeah, Jay, let me know if there is a question you'd like to be answered by tarot cards, because you did gift a lot. Next time I'll save it. Sounds good. Thank you. So the last one with the third spread for just chat in general is the strength spread. This one is with the 5 of fire in the past. You've fought like passionately for what you believe in and what you love. And that's led to your current situation where you've kind of realized you've found your inner strength, you know, what kind of drives you, what pushes you forward. And to kind of keep using that to propel yourself forward through the 3 of fire, where know that your plans are starting to make progress, that there's going to be progression. Jay, thank you for another 10 gifted subs. Thank you. If you got a sub from Jay, make sure to thank them for the gifted subs. Yeah. Thank you very much. Jay, thank you for showering me with subs today. We're also one like, you know, bit cheer or resubscribe or subscription away from a hype train if you guys would like to get that started. But okay. I'm going to zoom out here so you guys can watch me shuffle these cards. If any of these cards show up again, that's going to be crazy. Also, Vicky, if you're still there, we will be moving on to individual tarot card readings. So Vicky, your question is up next. Yeah. So your question was, will I stay stuck in the same cycle that feels like it won't break no matter how hard I try? You have a question? Okay, Jay, I can take your question first. Harv, thanks for the 100 bits. Yo, thanks for getting the hype train started. Haruto, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, see, I usually take a card, stick it in the deck randomly. Boom, random, top, middle, side, put it deeper, actually. Can I ask any questions? Yes, you can ask any question you like, Jay. $5 is to skip the line, but also, again, if you're donating subs and whatnot, I will also like let you skip the line too. Lauren, thank you for gifting subs to the community. Thank you for gifting 3 tier 1 subs to the community. If you got a sub from Lauren, please make sure to thank Lauren. Lauren, thank you for the gifted subs. If you'd like a reading, I can put you in after Jay. Yeah, what is your question, Jay? And then Vicky, can I ask if your question relates to the cycle of just life in general, like always, like, you know, work week after work week after work week after year, or is it something else? Am I getting married next year? Can I ask, Jay, if you are currently in a relationship with someone? If you have a partner right now, or if you're still looking for somebody? You are, okay. I'm guessing they proposed to you and you were making wedding plans, or is it like there's no, you guys have talked about it, but there's been like no engagement ring and all those kinds of things? Okay, but what I'm gonna do is it's gonna be a 3-card spread. He has not asked, have you guys talked about marriage before? So we're gonna have 3 cards here. We actually went to look at a venue today. Really? Okay. So you guys have talked about it. Okay. So there's 3 cards here. So we're gonna do with the current situation here, and then we're gonna have the sort of current obstacle to this, and then we're gonna have the kind of solution here. So again, you're technically asking a yes or no question, and but I like to still do like a 3-card spread for it. Would you like to flip any of these cards? Again, this is the current situation, this is the obstacle, and this is the future or the solution. It's technically the future, I guess. It's like what you want to kind of try to go for. Would you like to flip any of the cards, like reverse them, or would you like to keep it as is? Let's go left to right. Wait, no, yeah. So first card, second card, third card. If you'd like me to flip any of them before I reveal them. So this is the format for individual tarot card readings if you guys are interested. Bam, there we go. First and then flip. Wait, you gotta flip them. Wait, you want to flip the first one? Because once I flip them over, then I'm not gonna like spin them around or anything. They're gonna be read because for cards, if they're in reverse, the meaning's a little different than if they are not reversed. Does my subby Wobby count as a 3-card? Yes. If you have a sub, I will do 3 cards for you guys. And also, Lum, thank you for gifting a sub to Mora. Let's flip the first one. Okay. Flip the current situation. All right, let's see what that is. That one is the Emperor. It's now in reverse because you flipped it. Obstacle is Justice, and then the solution is the 9 of Fire here. Okay. Let me zoom that in here. So when they're in reverse, it's not necessarily bad. The energy is sort of weaker, or kind of in like it's sometimes in an opposite direction. But the Emperor, imagine the Emperor as a very powerful man, someone that has a lot of experience, a lot of wealth, a lot of authority. They represent stability, rules, and authority. And that while they may be wise, they're also stubborn. And they represent taking the result of taking firm action and deliberate action. So in let's see, the current situation here. So what it seems like is that in reverse, the words associated with Emperor is domineering, controlling, lack of discipline, rigid, stubborn, and recklessness. So it seems like there's domineering, controlling. That's very interesting. Whoa, oh my god, raid. Sleepy, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Authority for the wrong intention. Yeah, it's sort of like, wanting things to be done in a very specific way. That seems to be the current situation, I suppose. So like, I guess like, have you been, it may be that you really want to have this marriage within the year, in a sense. Well, let me actually read the raiders properly. Welcome on, raiders. My name is Vincent Faust. I'm a warlock who accidentally isekai'd himself trying to escape the hero. I usually stream a variety of games, including gacha and horror games. I also do some voice acting and tarot card readings. May I give up my spot? I have to work in the AM and you really need to eat. Oh no, no, it's okay. You can keep your, like, I will just shorten the line essentially. But I will pass over your reading. But yeah, I'll refund you the points though. Thanks for showing up early, Vicky. I'm sorry that I can't do the reading yet. And then next we have the Justice. So Justice is sort of like the representation of fairness and balance. Imagine like the scales, imagine that, a judge is typically supposed to, carry out the law, that there is consequences for every action. Let's see, Sleepy says that, hey, I saw you're doing tarot readings and this looks like so much fun. I'm gonna eat and then come finish watching. Yes, that is actually great. Because I think after I do a reading for Jay and Lauren, I usually like to offer raiders a tarot card reading as well. So if you have a question, you can go ahead and ask it too. You picked up a tarot card that was hidden and lost when you did a reading for yourself as a world card. It does feel kind of awkward when you're playing with like a deck that's not a full deck. So the Justice card is usually truth and finding facts by being thorough, but this one is also reversed. So in reverse, it's talking about unfairness, a lack of accountability, guilt, dishonesty, and punishment. So there's some kind of tricky words associated with this spread here. But let's look at the solution before we kind of talk about it. So 9 of Fire. This is your one face-up card here, Jay. So this card represents strength and resiliency even through a difficult time. It is a symbol of hope and encouragement. Some words associated is courage, persistence, a test of faith, boundaries, gearing up for the worst, and being wary of things. So this one, it seems like your question was whether or not you get married at the end of the year. I think it's kind of a good sign that, you guys are exploring venues, and it seems like, by next year, I feel like next year seems like sort of soon if you're not specifically engaged. Again, I'm not overly familiar with marriage. As myself, I am not married. I talked to Meowie a little bit about it, but in terms of the 9 of Fire, it's kind of like being ready to kind of persevere, that even if it's not happening in the year, that it's something that you do want, and to be not persistent, but like to keep working for it, essentially, like keep it in your mind, being prepared for it. Because right now what I see with the Emperor in reverse is that there's sort of like some recklessness associated with it. Like the current situations that wanting to get married quickly might not be the best. Like you might not have things prepared. If you wanted to invite people might already have plans for like the next year. So they might not be like, they're like, oh man, you like your wedding's during the summer. Like I was planning to I have my trip to Hawaii or whatever during that time. It may be kind of tricky to coordinate things. So I'm like kind of like it seems like it's fast. It's like reckless, but not necessarily like you should not or it shouldn't happen in a year. Next is a Justice, which is like there is some lack of accountability, unfairness, punishment. So again, justice is all about like kind of like cause and effect, that there's consequences for actions, essentially. So like I think part of it is that if you decide to just rush in, get married within the year, there may be consequences from not like adequately preparing for the situation. You guys do both have the rest of your lives, like making sure that that everything is affordable, making sure that everything you have all the people you want to be there, that people can make it, that it's at a good venue, that you guys aren't like demolishing all your savings, and organizing it, having enough money to like have all the things you want in the wedding is very important. Also, Lauren, again, thank you for the gifted subs. Did you also want a tarot card reading? Ironic that the World card was lost then found, as it represents having resources. So to be without means you were limited in your resources until you found it. Yeah. That's so scary, true? Yeah. But again, the thing, let me see. 9 of Fire. The 9 of Fire is a yes card. So this spread is not saying that like no, it's a terrible idea to get married within a year, but be aware of the Emperor and Justice, that there may be some, make sure that you're avoiding or do your best to avoid any kind of recklessness if you do want to kind of dive into it within the year, that there are consequences, as like indicated by the Justice card, for kind of like being having such a quick timeline, especially if you kind of just started looking at venues. You guys haven't really like discussed the engagement yet and whatnot. I think it's good to kind of take some time with it. I know that there is a lot of pressure. You might have, I don't know if you have a lot of friends that are already married or already I guess, yeah, no, like already married essentially. Because I feel like a lot of people that are in relationships already, like a couple, they kind of pressure others. They're like, oh my God, you should get married. Like, you should like, hurry up and do this, But like in reality, if the relationship's going well, it's healthy, you guys are taking care of each other, things are going pretty well. Like there's no need to necessarily rush things. Can you change tarot cards later on? Okay, so let me go back. Let me backtrack a little bit. Jay. So tarot card readings Again, when I do them, they're not magical. This is just a deck that's been printed from some kind of warehouse, not necessarily Amazon, some whatever other printing press, and then I bought it online. It was delivered to me. It wasn't created through dark magic or bathed in the moon for like 29 days and nights, and then blessed by like some pagan god essentially. So it's kind of just honestly paper. But the way tarot card readings go is that they are more about self-reflection. They're not necessarily magical. And then if you get another reading, so the future isn't set in stone. It depends more on the actions that you do take here. So it's not set in stone. I gave you a very long-winded answer, but it is not set in stone, Jay. These cards, again, if you ask for a different reading, the spread will be different, but it will still kind of be of the same situation, Blessed by Patreon, yeah. So it's not set in stone, Jay. But this is sort of the insight, that within a year, to kind of, make sure you guys are financially capable of it, that, it will be something that you guys that it will come out the way you guys imagine your wedding to be, or your marriage to be, I guess. I mean, I guess if you ask them a marriage, you guys could just get like a marriage certificate, and that's not very difficult to do, I suppose. You guys show up and sign papers, but in terms of like, I'm assuming you mean like a wedding, but if you just meant marriage, I guess, like if you were aiming for a certificate, I guess the simple answer is a yes. But yeah. Thank you again for the gifted subs and asking a question. I don't know if Lauren ever asked a question. So, Sleepy, you get your question answered first. Oh, should I keep living where I am? Okay, thank you for asking the question. Can I ask if you're currently living with family, with friends? If there's a reason that you want to move out? Welcome back, Dumpling, by the way. It's interesting that sometimes you guys get short ads. Living with family. Okay. I think that, as long as you're working, and you can support yourself if you decide to move out, it's not a bad idea to move out. But the way with, rent and costs and finding roommates and things like that, sometimes it does help to be with family. Sorry, I was in an ad. What did you say? Oh, I was reading a question, but I'm going to do Lauren's first because she was here earlier and donated subs to kind of skip the line, and then I'll do yours, Sleepy. Thank you for watching the ad, by the way. Again, ads support me whether or not you guys are actually, if you have Twitch, I do recommend Turbo if you are like another streamer or VTuber, especially if you're going to be watching a lot of streams, because what they do is you're paid Twitch, which means you support a streamer less, but any ad revenue you would have watched goes towards the streamer actually. So you just got an ad, finished it, and then you got hit with another round of ads. Oh no, Michelle. Oh, why'd they do that to you? Wait, James, thank you for gifting a sub over to Sleepy. Let me see. Wait, James, I think, let's see, donated 2 subs is kind of like at that 5 minute as well. Maybe we should raise the price at some point. But, okay. Lauren is asking whether or not they should move out. Okay. I'll do it if it's okay with you, James. I'll do Sleepy's first because I like to try to prioritize the raiders a little bit because they are, sharing their time and community. But I can get to yours afterwards. But okay. Lauren, would you like to flip any of these cards? Basically reverse them or unreverse them, depending. Because I don't know if they're face up or face down. I shuffle in a way that some cards will be flipped, some cards won't be flipped. I honestly, when I think about it, because again, I am new to tarot card readings, so it's kind of interesting because I've kind of just dived into the deep end. I was like, I'm gonna read both face up and face down, because sometimes people just kind of read them based on what the card is, regardless of face up or face down. Okay, leave them as is. I'm glad you trust me. People, I have yet to have someone that's like, flip all of them, which I think would be like crazy. Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, Lauren, is there any reason, again, when I ask you guys questions, feel free to share as much as you'd like. Again, you aren't obliged to share any personal information. I actually don't want you guys to share personal information, especially if you're uncomfortable with it. And like, nothing that can dox yourself too. But like, I'm kind of curious, like, what reason would you like to move out? So first up, we have the Eight of Fire. This one, you can see a bunch of witches kind of racing across the sky. So this one's talking about, going with speed, going quickly, traveling. Sometimes it can, for this one, it might even indicate kind of like leaving the nest, leaving home. And then we have the Hierophant. So the Hierophant is, I think it's hard to describe it, but they're essentially like a sort of priest. I haven't looked into it too deeply, but the Hierophant in tarot also typically represents like sort of not society, but like social, like I think a church is kind of like the best example, like a gathering of individuals, a group in some to some extent. You can kind of see this because the Hierophant looks like it's one person, but in reality, if you look closely, there's a bunch of little feet there's actually a bunch of feet sticking out of it. So that it's like it seems like one person, but it's in reality a group of people moving together. You have to go bye-bye. Oh no, thank you, Shoto, for sticking around the stream. Will I stay alive until I'm 30? So your question I can answer kind of quickly is just, actually I can draw a card real quick. 10 of Earth in reverse is kind of so the 10 of Earth is again talking about that surplus and all that excessiveness that comes along with it. In reverse, it's talking about like the dark side of wealth and financial failure or loss. So kind of like be careful with your money, I guess, and be careful with your health. Make sure you're not, overburdening your body. That's the quick answer to your question. The Hierophant is in reverse. So I think this one, when it's in reverse, what number is Hierophant? It's number 5. Oh. So imagine a big group of people, a gathering inside of a church. Their priest is, I guess preaching to the people, talking about, the scriptures, talking about the rules, talking about what they must do, being kind to each other, taking care of the world, all these things to kind of like, that are part of their religion. And basically, this one's all about rituals, tradition, and conformity, kind of being with the group. The Hierophant can be interpreted as the need for acceptance from others and to kind of fit in with society. But you have it in reverse. So in reverse, it's talking about personal beliefs rather than like society's beliefs. Freedom, going against the grain, unconventional. There's foolish in there as well. Blind faith and misconception. So some interesting points in there. And Jake, thanks for checking in. Jake, thanks for checking in. And Dragon, thanks for checking in. It's been a while. Okay, you feel like you're getting tired of being home. So you're kind of seeking that freedom, which I can kind of indicate from the Hierophant here. Is that you want to kind of break away from this. Let's see, 8 of Fire, and then we have the 2 of Air. So the 2 of Air is kind of a tricky answer to your question here. Because the 2 of Air really indicates like a maybe, essentially. Like, should you move out? Because understand that there's sort of a conflict here, that there's no real clear resolution, and that this is a very challenging decision. That you kind of have to weigh the options, and that it's just kind of avoidance to some extent too. That like you're kind of like you're seeking that freedom from the Hierophant and made an attempt to kind of avoid something when there is maybe an option to try to try to sort it out, talk it out. But I can understand, because personally, like, I moved out from home because I wasn't really getting along with my own parents. They're good people, I believe, but I think the way that I wanted to do things did not really align with how they wanted me to do things. So that's why I did make the choice to leave home. But it's not necessarily the easiest decision to make. And I think that's kind of where that 2 of Air is coming from, is to really weigh your options and kind of think about the pros and cons that come with it. That like, you know, kind of explore, maybe there's more than two options here. It's not just stay at home or leave home, you know, that maybe there's another option that you can kind of take care of, that you can explore in terms of like, maybe I can find a way to make home feel like home again, you know, feel like it is a place that's comfortable for me to live in, that I don't need to escape somewhere else to be. Again, the Hierophant is talking about that freedom. It is kind of suggesting that you have some beliefs and that you're seeking freedom right now. And that it is mentioning that, you know, it might not be very conventional, it might be kind of a foolish idea possibly. But sometimes it is the decision you do need to make. And again, going back over the Eight of Air is signifying like positive growth after struggling. It indicates like a renewed energy and drive. So you, like, it seems like you may have overcome some kind of hurdles recently. There may have been some sort of struggle you've been going through. Maybe it could have been with family, could have been with friends, could have been with your career maybe, and that you've broken through that. So now you're trying to consider whether or not you can get freedom maybe. Maybe the this like growth or this kind of struggle kind of came from family too. You kind of realize like, this is not the environment for me anymore. This is not like a place for me. And that's why you're looking for the freedom that comes with the Hierophant. So the Two of Air is talking about that there may not be like a proper answer, but you want to explore and make sure you really consider both of your options first. So ultimately, the answer is maybe, because the Two of Air is a maybe card. Also, Opposed Art, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Or actually, no, thank you for chatting for the first time. I don't know if you followed. I check my thing. I mean, you could follow if you haven't followed. Or maybe you've chatted already. I don't know. Chat is, it's so confusing when I get the first time. You have been following. I'm tripping. Don't worry. Opposed, thank you for following my channel for so long. I'm surprised it's your first time chatting. Thanks for chatting. Never is. I was the same. It took me a year or two to decide leaving home as well. Yeah. You fall for a while, but you're a lurker. Thank you so much. Blah, blah, blah. You got me. You caught me like embarrassed now. I'm like unable to speak properly, but thank you for following for a while, and thank you for lurking. I always appreciate when you guys lurk. And it makes me happy when lurkers are like chatting too, because I'm like, are you like comfortable enough to chat, or like maybe I said something really funny that you actually wanted to comment. But I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad to have you here. But yeah, this is the reading here, Lauren. So essentially, you may have had struggles, there may have been growth in your past, and that's kind of led to the current situation where you feel like, you know, you've developed yourself and you want to move on. Maybe you're seeking freedom. You want to break away from this kind of unit that is your family, right? And the Two of Air is indicating that this may be a very difficult decision. It's a pleasure to be here. Aw, thank you, Oppose. I did live on my own in college, but I had to come back home when you graduated. Interesting. Okay, so in that case, I feel like the Eight of Air could relate to you've had experience and growth living on your own, essentially. You lived on your own and you kind of understand that it's something that you can do, that you're capable of, and you really did like it, you know? And that moving home, you feel like you want freedom more than ever now. I think the difficult decision kind of comes from, I think nowadays it's really financial stability. Like it's expensive to be living on your own and all these kinds of things. It may be, like I think expenses is usually the biggest thing. It can be emotionally tough as well, because I feel like sometimes it's really quiet when you live by yourself. You don't really have someone. Sometimes I'm like, if something happens to me in my sleep, I'm like, I hope someone finds me. But happy tarot readings. Yes. Thank you, Haruto. Thank you for sticking around for the stream as well. Make sure you guys are getting food and hydrating. I should get going. Yes, Dumpling, thank you for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the tarot card readings. Enjoy your party. I'm imagining like some kind of like frat party, but maybe it's just like a house party. I have had people that are like, hey Vince, we got you on the TV. I'm like, at a party? I'm like, I have like, my streams are so chill. This feels so out of place. But anywho, I think after we have Vitani, which is Sleepy. So Sleepy's question was asking about where am I going with my work life? Sleepy, are you still there? Would you happen to be lurking? Also, Haruto, thank you for the hydrate. Should I be zooming in and out? I feel like it's kind of a hassle to like put it back in the same place, but I'm just really showing that like I'm shuffling the cards and I'm not putting them in like an easy to grab spot. I should get going. Good night. Yes, yeah. All right. But most of our segment is going to be chatting, shuffling cards, and talking with you guys. This is why I really enjoy these tarot card reading streams too. I believe I don't see Sleepy right now, but in case Sleepy comes back or once their tarot card reading and like looks through the VOD. Oh, you are here. Okay. No, yeah, it's okay. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you guys are like lurking and whatnot. So the question is, let's see, where am I going in my work life? Okay. Can I ask if you do like streaming or content creation full time, or are you speaking specifically about your Twitch career? Thanks for the reading. Yes. Moving out can be really challenging, Lauren. I'm sure you know that, but it can also be really liberating. I think I really like moving out of home really helped me kind of become who I wanted to be. Like understanding like I'm like, this is stuff that I find really interesting, and you know, not be kind of like surrounded by my parents always comparing me to other people that are like progressing with tech or like medicine based jobs. Although technically I am an engineer myself, but I think it really helped in terms of like my own like mental health here. I'm a part-time streamer, but slowly making yourself full-time. Sounds good. Can you ask what kind of steps you've been taking? So for since this is like a raid one, I'm just gonna do a 1-card spread, but you are free to kind of enter in on the raffle ones afterwards if you like a 3-card spread. You guys can ask the same question or not. So the 10 of Earth, imagine like sort of like a festival, a celebration where food is plentiful. There's so much food that people are throwing them on the ground, that they're being dumped on the ground. And that's kind of what's happening here, is that the 10 of Earth indicates wealth that is able to be shared with friends and family. This card has come up so many times today. Never a bad thing, but an interesting pattern. Your voice is always so soothing. You're close to falling asleep. I'm glad. I think that's why I specifically target late night streams, mostly because I know that you guys want something to like listen to before going to bed. And Jay, have a good night. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I will see you next week. You guys can also catch me in the Discord. I will message there, or you guys can look at my Twitter, where I usually post things. There'll probably be more updates. I do need to make a post about voice packs. If you guys want anything that's like either as an alarm, some sort of like kind of like funny roleplay situation, or I think I forgot what the 3 options I presented were. I'll have to double back on that. What will do? Hello. Am I reading tarot? Yes, I am doing tarot readings. But Sleepy, so again, for your question, again, how is my career looking? So the 10 of Earth is a like yes card. It's a very positive card in terms of a successful completion of a journey, and that your accumulated wealth can be enjoyed by the entire family. So this is kind of looking good. I think the fact that maybe you're looking at it as a career is already a good kind of stance, because that enables you to kind of look at like, how can I work on this like as a business, essentially. Look, how can I make this profitable? How can I make money off of this? What are skills that I can market? So words associated is wealth, financial security, family, long-term success, and contribution. So again, like for streaming, because I think a lot of people, well, maybe it's because we get raiders and whatnot asking about careers and Twitch. A lot of times content creation is really, I think content creation is more of like a marathon. It's like being able to consistently put things out makes you a big content creator. Like for the past 2 years, I've been streaming pretty much like every week. Some like in the beginning, I streamed almost every day. I did like 5 days a week. You guys are kind of in the back end of that where I'm like kind of doing like 3 days, which is still a lot, I think. Being able to do 3 streams a week that are like roughly 4 hours each is a lot compared to, I think, a lot of other streamers. But I think it's understanding that there is a lot of work and consistency involved with it. So basically, this is like a really positive card right here. So it's kind of like, it seems like it's going in a good direction. I think, you know, you'll probably make some money off of it. It seems like it's talking about like a pretty good success too. So maybe you can expect a lot if you do really well. And then I think James is kind of next with their donations. And then we'll finally get to, I think Shoto had to dip, and then Zhongli, you would be next actually. So James, thank you for gifting a sub as well as subscribing today. So if you would like a reading, let me know what kind of question you would like to ask. And Lauren, thank you so much for asking. Thank you for like the donated subs. If you would like, or I don't know what. Basically, thanks for the donated subs. I think best of luck with the moving out. I hope you come to a decision that you're happy with. Your friends begged you to stay, so now you're watching. Are you at a party or event that you don't want to be in, Dumpling? I think I asked earlier. I was like, is it like some kind of like rager party with a frat? Which, you know, when I was in a frat, there were some good parties actually and good memories in those ones. They also went hard, and I'm like when the cops show up, you're like, oh shit. Will I be able to go to McDonald's with Kyle? Can I ask who Kyle is? Is it like a friend of yours? Is it like an internet personality, Kyle? Because I feel like Kyle is like such a common name. That gave me a bunch of positive energy. Thank you. Yes, it is a good sign for you. A friend, kind of like romantic, or like just it is a friend. I'm asking these questions so I can better interpret the cards for you. Again, as a tarot card reader, my job is mostly just to read the cards. I just read the cards. A friend, I guess. Okay, so nothing happening. All right, just a friend. Sounds good. Well, the 3 cards here then. This one's an interesting one. I'm not sure if I should treat it like a relationship one. Again, not all relationships are romantic or anything like that. It is just, you know, your connection with a person or friend that you have. You want to flip them all? Okay, I'm gonna offer you a very unique flip. Do you want me to flip them like this? Or do you want me to take it and then like completely rotate all of them as a flip? That is very chaotic, actually. Yeah, you want the whole ass flip? Okay. Switching your potential like past and future. So your question is whether or not you'll be able to go to McDonald's with Kyle. Have you already asked Kyle if they'll want to go? I'm trying to think of how I want to like interpret the spread. You have not asked them. Okay. So then I'll do this. We'll do your feelings right here. We'll do your feelings, Kyle's feelings, and then, or like what Kyle might be feeling, and then your kind of solution or what you can do here, or what you should do here. So first is 5 of Earth. And then next is the 9 of Earth. And then our solution to this obstacle is the King of Fire. Okay. So 5 of Earth in reverse. That's an interesting one. I don't usually see that crop up very often. Let me get the definition out here. Because I don't see it very often. I'm like, what is this card again? Okay. So 5 of Earth, it is in reverse. You actually ended up reversing 2 cards because you flipped all of them, but the positions also flipped too, so it's very interesting. I think what you ended up flipping was turn maybe Kyle's mood into a more positive one for whatever reason. So the 5 of Earth you see here is there is a wolf here carrying an angel with broken wings on his back. You see that both of them are injured. The angel may be more injured than the wolf himself. The wolf is actually injured. He's taken more arrows than the angel, but the angel's very fragile. So one arrow is kind of all it took to kind of take him down. I think you see all these other birds. So like the Five of Earth is symbolic of financial hardship and feeling isolated. It is speaking to like a very like traumatic kind of situation. Yeah, an injured angel might not be good for you, James Uriel. It is in reverse. So reverse can kind of change up the meaning a little bit. So rather than having a temporary traumatic event, it may be talking about recovery from a financial loss, spiritual poverty, charity, and improvement. Some improvement. Okay, so that's kind of current situation with you essentially. Ito, hello, welcome on in. Yes, we are doing tarot card readings today. So it's kind of recovering from some kind of financial loss or a like being in spiritual poverty, but also possibly recovering from that. So sort of like, it's actually a kind of good card. So rather than like, being in loss, it's kind of recovery from that. So that's the kind of situation you may feel like you're in right now. It's kind of hard to explain with this, like, honestly, you're just asking about, will you be able to go to McDonald's with a person, right? I mean, McDonald's is not very expensive. So like, I'm like, honestly, my answer would be like, just, you should probably just ask. But in this case, we're just trying to unpack everything involved with it. Also, Obo, thanks for checking in. And Dumpling, thank you for the stretch. I will properly get my stretch in. Stretch out. I need like some stretches for your hips. My humor is silly, so I asked why not. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. James. So yes, there's some kind of like, some kind of loss that's happened recently, financial or spiritually, but you're kind of recovering from that. You've been this angel that's been shot down. Next we have the Seven of Earth. So this is kind of like Kyle's feelings on the matter. So 9 is a sign of independence and wealth, perhaps luxury. It encourages enjoying the units of one's labor. So fruits of labor, rewards, luxury, self-sufficiency, and financial independence, which is sort of like a separate, like Kyle, like you're in a situation where you're recovering. Kyle seems to be, in a good situation himself, it seems like. What is this clip? Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hello there, Meow Meow. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Vincent Faust. I'm a warlock who accidentally isekai'd himself trying to escape the hero. You died 60 times? Oh my god. Meowie should have died 9 more times. Oh yeah, I stream a variety of gacha and horror games. I also do some voice acting and I do tarot card readings, which is what we're doing tonight. Meow Meow. Can you explain the raid and can you explain the clip here? I got really messed up. You should watch the clip to move it. Babe, you're typing. Okay. All right, chat. We're gonna read this real quick. All right, let me get this popped up. Start watching. Pause this. All right. The jump scare to end all jump scares. Alrighty. Let's see.
Why is this not over?
Oh boy. So Meow was playing Little Nightmares. How was that, by the way? When window capture. Capture this. Okay. Let's see. I'm probably gonna pause music here. Set the mood. Alright.
What do you mean this isn't over? We're back in another building.
This guy just dropped out of the ceiling. I do remember that scene. It was rough. Not you pausing right in the middle of it though. Meowie. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I should have did like a headphone warning. Meowie's screams are crazy
so
loud.
Bad I had to pause the fucking game.
Yeah, Meowie's model is very cute. She's pumpkinified herself for the Halloween season too. I thought I was home free. That's mistake number 1 in a horror game, is relaxing too much.
What am I supposed to do? Where are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Oh my god.
Thank god the ceiling didn't drop out of him.
I can't believe you scared me for no fucking reason, dude.
He put his head in his
Why is
TV.
this not over?
Oh.
What do you mean this isn't over?
That was such a good scream. I want to hear it one more time. All right, guys, cover your ears if it's because this is gonna be loud.
We're back in another building.
Didn't expect Meowie to be such a scaredy cat. Meowie is such a scaredy cat. It's okay, it's cute. Oh, ad. Oh no. I'm sorry for the people with ads. My ears covered me, help. I got an ad. Oh man. Thank you guys for watching the ads. I'm ready to read cards, by the way. Oh yeah, you want me to call you right away? Alright, we're gonna bring Meowie on here. Let's see. I wonder how big this PNG is gonna be. Let me give her a call here. Put me in, coach. All right, Meowie.
Hello.
Hi, Meow Meow. This is honestly a really good question here. So James in chat is asking whether or not Kyle, a friend of theirs, will go to McDonald's with them.
Oh. Did you already answer it?
I have not completely answered it. So we're going with this format here, and let me stream the cards to you so you can see it too. Let's set this up. Oh, that's fine. Turn that on. And there we go.
Oh, okay.
You see? Yeah. So we have the 5 of Earth. So the 5 of Earth is, so again, the format we have here is again, James Uriel Serum is asking whether or not Kyle will go get McDonald's with them. So we have the 5 of Earth here as sort of like James' feelings or situation here. And then next we have 9 of Earth, which is Kyle's situation. And then we have the King of Fire, which is the solution, and how, like, you know, James might get Kyle to go to McDonald's with them.
Okay.
You stayed as long as you could. Time to bid farewell. B, have a good night. Kyle is a very big bubba. Bubba.
Bubba.
What bubba? I just think of it as like as a buddy or person. Meow Meow, thanks for checking in. Torrental, thank you for checking in. Is Kyle wanting to become a Christmas tree? Well, Kyle is basically a sign of independence and wanting to become very wealthy. Put that here. Welcome back, Ray. And then so 5 of Earth is kind of indicating that James's current situation is that they are in a sort of like poverty situation, but it's in reverse, so they're kind of in recovery from poverty. Maybe they spent too much on McDonald's. And then Kyle, on the other hand, has all this money in the world that they can spend on if they would like. So it seems like, you know, Kyle's in a good financial situation to go to McDonald's, and you're in a good financial situation because you're kind of recovering. But what does the King of Fire in reverse mean in this situation? King of Fire symbolizes long-term success as a leader. He has the same passion as other cards, but the maturity to thrive. It's talking about impulsiveness, ruthless, high expectations, haste, unachievable expectations. So for this one, the King of Fire is kind of indicating that, you know, if you want to go with Kyle to McDonald's tomorrow, you have to ask him quickly, because, you know, if not, Kyle will probably make plans for tomorrow. So it's instead of like being patient and taking your time with it, that you might need to do it quickly. But be wary of being too impulsive and him being like, oh, this is kind of weird. This is coming out of nowhere. I don't want to do that. You want to go to, today then, you know, because it's probably past midnight for you. It's 3 p.m. You want to go today? Then you have to be fast, James. Gotta let him know. You gotta go. You're gonna watch a movie called Bottoms. You don't know what it is? I have not heard of that movie. For some reason, I feel like that's come up in conversation before, though. I don't know. But yeah, Meowie, how would you interpret it? So again, 5 of Earth is kind of like, it usually speaks to poverty, recovering from poverty. Maybe spiritual poverty is what they're recovering from. 9 of Earth is like financial independence, having a lot of wealth. King of Fire in reverse is about haste and impulsiveness.
Wait, when you explained the 5 of Earth, was that everything in reverse or what it is?
Yes.
Right side.
Well,
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So the Five of Earth is face up is kind of like being in a time where you lose money, which is the difference of
Mm.
reverse is that you are in recovery. So you're kind of gaining it, but maybe you did recently have a loss.
Hmm. Repeat what King of Fire is again. One more time.
King
Am I
of
drunk still?
Fire is, don't worry, it's okay, babe.
Yeah.
King of Fire is all about, again, having passion, but also having knowledge to thrive. But in reverse, it's kind of like some of that immaturity or haste there. Just being like, I've gone through this before, I can do it, and kind of falling into the same mistakes as they did when they were younger, essentially. So the hastiness, impulsiveness
And what was the original question again?
is
They're gonna
whether or
go to
not
McDonald's?
Kyle will go to McDonald's with them. Again, this is James's situation, and this is Kyle's like situation, what they're thinking of, and then the king is like the answer to how that will happen.
This is technically a yes or no question, right?
It is a yes or no question. The King of Fire is a yes card.
And you said Nine of Earth represents like wealth. Right side up.
The King of Nine of Earth?
Nine of Earth, sorry. Yes.
Nine of Earth is
What I
also a yes card.
Oh, okay.
Five of Earth is no though.
Yeah. Have you tried pulling what are the cards called? Like a clarification card? Is that what they're
Clarification
called?
card?
Yeah.
I have not.
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty clear.
Is it clear to you? Okay, let me see.
I mean, they're asking if someone wants to go to McDonald's with them. It's just a friend.
I mean, Kyle can afford it, so I'm gonna say yes. That's my answer. I don't think that's how I should read it.
There you go.
I
Yes.
I think
The cat
going off of
girl
my-
has spoken. The answer is
can't.
yes for your question, James.
what if that's not right though? This
I
is
mean,
basically
then we'll
this is
see,
off the
right?
financial situation. Yeah. It's all financially though. I don't
And
know
yo,
if there's any
Marine
other.
X Noel, that's a long name. Welcome in, Marine. Hello. I see you on the YouTube side. Yeah, for raffles, yeah, if you would like to get a tarot card readings, I will do a raffle. I think right now, James is the last one that's like donated for a tarot card reading. So the cat girl has spoken. Yes, it's like cat girl of the pool. What is your wisdom? Cat girl of the drunken night.
I am the wisdom. I'm kidding,
Why
I
is this
can trade you
intended
it.
for mature audiences?
Because I'll say penis.
Meowie's drunk.
sorry.
Yeah, he's saying
Oh.
penis. There's all that kind of stuff. Probably the level of excessive profanity as well. Yeah. Like, oh no. God dang it. There's the option of donating. Yes. Yeah. But right now, everyone's kind of gone through with it. So Zhongli, if you're still there, I can answer your tarot card reading. Otherwise, I think we can also just start our raffles as well here. Have you hydrated?
I probably should, yeah.
Okay, we can get started with Zhongli's then. So Zhongli is asking, how is the rest of 2023 gonna go for me? Yeah. Honestly, the reason why it's mature is just because we have an older audience, so may as well set it to like 18 plus, so no babies are around. Fuck them kids.
Yeah, you'll get banned if you're baby. I'm sorry.
All right. So for Zhongli, this is your 2023 right here. It's riding on the spread. Do you want to flip any of them, Zhongli? This is just gonna be, I guess, sort of like the present, or things to be, think about presently, near future, probably like the next couple months, and then far future is gonna be the last one. Sometimes I'm like, it looks really dark, and sometimes it's very bright. I don't know how to do it right. I will leave the cards as is. I'm glad you guys trust me.
What's the question?
Zhongli's question is, how will the rest of 2023 go for me?
Oh, okay.
So, again, it's gonna be, what's currently like, what the near future's like, and then what the far future's like. And they wanted to leave everything as is, so... Oh, that's the second King of Air we've pulled today. Alrighty. So King of Air again is sort of like your kind of consultant, someone that has a lot of knowledge. Imagine a man that's, been in this for years, has done this kind of thing for years. So it's kind of like, I mean, I'm like, well, Zhongli, you've probably lived many years, so that could be you. But I'm kidding. But it's kind of like having the knowledge essentially. Essentially, as like an adult, you've kind of like planned out. You already kind of have a general idea of what you want for your year, right? The king is an intellectual authority, stern and logical. He offers counsel based on superior knowledge and experience. It's all talking about making decisions with the head over the heart, being disciplined, truthful, honest, having mental clarity and authority. So it's kind of like it's banking off of like having this kind of knowledge. So right now, you've lived many years. It's like I'm kind of like trying to think of like a really good way to explain it. Either you're kind of familiar with what you're doing this year, because you aren't really planning to do anything like crazy different than last year, or you may be trying to do something different, but there is someone who is this king of air that knows and has experience and can help you out.
You're experienced.
Thank you. You are also very experienced. You have a lot of street smarts, babe.
Thank you.
Yeah, she was raised from the streets.
Wait, hold on, time out.
Is it dono only or bits? Any kind of anything equivalent. So it kind of would have to be like 2 subs, but 500 bits is also equivalent too. And then next we have the 7 of water. So 7 of water is all about opportunities and wishful thinking. You can kind of see here that this girl's being dragged down by all these material belongings here. And there's like this black spirit kind of pulling her away from this. It warns of seeking short-term things that are ultimately not really worth the time. So opportunities, wishful thinking, choices, illusion, searching for a purpose, or daydreaming. Oh my god, Panda, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. I can add you next. Candace, thank you for the googly eyes. Yeah. Welcome to my tarot card reading stream, guys, for your super accurate tarot card reading streams. Candace, thank you for the googly eyes. All right, let's see. Panda, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Again, if you got a sub gifted from Panda, make sure to thank Panda for the gifted subs. And then we have the 6 of air in reverse. So the 6 of air is a symbol of transition. It encourages reflecting on past turmoil, letting go of it, and moving towards a new future. This one is in reverse though. So what that represents for Zhongli is that it's personal transition, a resistance to change, unfinished business, and emotional baggage.
Ooh.
Okay. So what we got is the King of Air. So like having either being someone that is knowledgeable or having someone that is knowledgeable, kind of like you have that at the moment. The 7 Air is talking about having a lot of like wishful thinking, like being like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to have this, I want to, want this to be part of my year, etc., etc. And then we have the 6 of air, which is kind of like a transition. It is, let's see, resistance to change, an unfinished business, some emotional baggage. So like the end of the year, it seems like there's something that you've accumulated over the year. Maybe it can be like, like when the end of the year, December rolls around, sometimes you're like, damn, there's all these things I wanted to do this year and I didn't do it. Or like something happened earlier that year and you're kind of carrying that baggage over. You're just like, man, I haven't been doing well, all these kinds of things. So like, I can see this one, the 6 of air, as being like burdened by, like all this baggage you may accumulate over the year. Ari, hello, thanks for checking in. And Lily, thank you for the headband. The future card, yes. All right, Meowie, how do you want to interpret this?
Okay, so my drunk ass remembers that the question is, how will the rest of 2023 go for me? That was it,
yes. Right? That was right.
Okay,
yeah, your drunk ass is doing good.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Present. Okay, what I got from that card. Mental clarity. Near
Yes.
future. It's
Which is
kind of
not
like the
meowing right
illusion,
now.
daydreaming. Yeah. Wait, hold on, time out. Hey, I had piss mental clarity, okay? I peed like 4 times. I don't know.
Oh,
during my shift.
really?
Anyways,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I got mental clarity from that. Let's see. Wishful thinking, illusion, daydreaming, and then the future represented what was it? Resistance and
Resistance to change, emotional baggage.
oh, emotional baggage. Okay.
Mm.
Let's see. How do I interpret that? 23. How will the rest of 2023 go for me?
Oh, wait, you said rest 2023. It's not a whole year even. It's actually probably like now, next month, the month after. That's all the time there is.
I think what I'm getting from this is it seems that there have been things on your mind that you have been thinking through. I think I remember you saying the first card for present was kind of related to what is it? Head over heart? Is that how you said it?
Yeah, the head
Right?
over the heart. So
that's
your
more
logical,
logic than emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I think it seems logically you are thinking about certain things that you do want to happen with yourself, if not for the rest of 2023, right? So in the near future, it seems that you're currently like daydreaming. You're having wishful thinking of certain things that will push you in that direction of what you want logically. But what I'm getting from the near future is more of, since there is that emotional baggage, since you have to be thinking logically before emotionally for what you want, it seems there is something that you still have to cater to before you can actually have what you exactly want for the rest of 2023. There is something there. That is kind of how I interpret it. I don't know if that helps in any way. I don't know.
Man, this is a good way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I see it is that you're like you're kind of thinking. You're like, all right, this is what I want to do. This is like these are the things that I think I can do. Like logically, I'm like these are things I should do by the end of the year. Like this is like the things that I want to have for the rest of my year. But the Seven of Water is kind of a warning that you may engage in too much wishful thinking, that daydreaming, that you're like, oh, maybe I could do this. Maybe this, like, we can do this before the end of the year happens. Maybe I could fit in all these, like, holiday events at the same time. Like, there's all these things that you want to do, but ultimately, like, kind of is like wishful thinking, is like you want these to happen, but honestly, probably not the best idea to go about them. Or like you don't know how to go about them, and maybe kind of adding too much in your schedule and kind of stressing you out, maybe getting you sick too. Again, COVID is on the rise, and like there's gonna be a lot of gatherings happening soon. And then yeah, December is that Six of Air is talking about having this emotional baggage, having let me see, what else does it say here? It's talking about like a resistance to change, unfinished business. So like kind of like maybe you end up putting too much on your plate too, and being overwhelmed. So it's kind of like making sure that you have proper time between events, that you're not overpacking your schedule, that you can still work, you can still have time for your hobbies, you can still have time in case anything you need to like take a break from it all too, that you can step back and be like, all right, we're not gonna we don't have to do something this weekend, we can just chill. I think it's important to like prioritize. There's 2 air cards here, so it's kind of important to like prioritize what you want to be doing, this holiday season. And like if it's like you're like, this would be nice, or like I'm only doing this out of obligation, maybe you can cut those ones out. Yeah, thanks for the reading, and also thank you for all the gifted subs as well. So Metal Gear, you wanted a question answered. What is that question? 2 air cards and you're an air sign.
I got you, Panda. Fucking got you. I got.
Yeah, next year, should I go and follow my desire or don't and just let things ride out? Can I ask what this desire is? Or like go with you mean your desires in general? Or is there like a certain desire that you're thinking about? Thanks for the insight. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me add Meowie in here with Aku Meowie. There we go.
Next year, should I go
That
and
cutie.
follow my desire, or don't and just let things ride out? That's a good question.
Zoom out. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
I'm gonna eat a chip. I'm so sorry. I have chips in
Yeah.
front of me.
Yo, get chip ASMR. Damn, I want some chips. What chips do you have?
Wait, hold
Oh yeah, finish that chip first.
on.
Take your time, no rush. We've got all night.
They're kettle. They're just like plain kettle. I think they're just normal ass potato chips. There's no flavor. It's just salt.
Yeah.
They're
Aren't kettle
though.
chips like usually healthier because there's like less grease on them, oil, less trans fats maybe?
Mm-hmm. They're
Okay.
supposed to be quote healthier.
So Panda, how are you gifting subs and not a sub yourself? That's crazy. Help him out. I was like, okay, no, since you skipped the line, I'm gonna do a 3-card reading for you regardless. But Panda, these are the 3 cards here. Next year, should I go out and follow my desire or don't and let things ride out? Okay, so we're gonna do the same spread as before with as with Zhongli. So it's gonna be your current situation, the near future, and the far future. It's all good, you know. I was like, huh, you're not subbed, but it's okay. Let me know if there's any cards. So again, this is gonna be your current situation, your near future, and your far future. Do you want to flip any of these cards? You can say number 1, number 2, number 3, or left, right, middle. Right one? All right, we're flipping that one.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what we got. We got first, 6 of Earth. Second, near future is Page of Air. And then the one you reversed was the Judgment card. Interesting. Why would you flip that one? I don't know if it's good to have that one flipped.
Uh-oh. Okay.
It's okay. This is kind of a reminder that we all have the ability to change our future, but sometimes we don't always change it in the right way.
Be like that.
All we know is that we're always doing our best with the information that's available, and you know, it is what it is sometimes, and that's okay. We always make the best of what we have, and that's like, you know, what everyone does. So, Judgment. So first up, we have the 6 of Earth. Imagine the situation. You're a mouse. You don't really have too much, but you do have a button, and you're really good at negotiating. You're maybe very cunning, essentially. So come along, there's a fairy that, you know, seems he needs a button. You offer him probably one of your worst buttons, knowing that he's gonna be offering you like a huge wedge of cheese. Alternatively, you could also be that fairy where you know you want to be generous. You kind of know you're not getting the best deal here, but you know how to get cheese. You can make cheese. It's not really that big of a deal, but you really do need that button. Or actually, in reality, you didn't need anything. You just didn't want the mouse to feel bad because he wasn't trading anything with you. So the 6 of Earth usually implies financial security, or implies generosity due to financial security. You feel very secure with your finances, so you're very generous with wealth. There's a sense of balance and equilibrium with wealth and appreciation of your status. However, this card is in reverse. So what this warns of is, you know, seeking self-care, looking at unpaid debts, making sure you're not only giving one-sided charity, like something that if you are giving charity that you're not getting anything in return, you're just, you know, kind of maybe just giving it to them. Doing things with strings attached perhaps, and then the term of power and domination. So again, you're asking about if you should follow your desires, essentially. I think this one is talking about for the current present, make sure you are taking care of yourself, essentially. I think pursuing your desires do feed into that, but make sure you don't get so like sucked into your desires that you're just kind of focused on yourself. Actually, I should read all these so Meow I can give you a reading of it. And then next we have the Page of Air, which is also in reverse. So the Page of Air, imagine someone that's very new, but very excited and enthusiastic about learning, about communicating. Someone that's learned a new language and really wants to travel and use that language and speak to people native to that country or region. So the page is someone that's full of energy and ideas, eager to share. But in reverse, it's speaking of deception, manipulation, being only talk, being too hasty, being haphazard, and self-expression only. So sort of like you have this new form of communication and you want to use it, you want to be very quick about it, but then like maybe you're using it in a way that's not really like constructive, like using it to manipulate, using it to deceive. Those are kind of odd words. Haphazard action, self-expression, or being just talk, maybe. That might be one to focus on. And then lastly, we have judgment. So judgment here is a very interesting card because what we've got here is this angel, all these swans here carrying different things made of ice, including an angel here. So judgment indicates that there has been a fulfilling life where someone's ready to look inward and judge themselves. It represents a rebirth or awakening at the end of a major life event. So this is a big life event because it is a major arcana card. It's in reverse. So it's kind of talking about there's some self-doubt developing here. A lack of self-awareness. Maybe your inner critic is being overly loud, self-loathing, punishment, destruction, and ignoring the call. Knowing that there's something you should be doing, but you ignore it. So going over these one more time for chat and for Meowie, is that the Six of Earth is generosity, but with strings attached. Maybe power and domination. Maybe lacking in terms of self-care because you're giving up so much. Ignoring unpaid debts. And then there is the Page of Air, which is deception, manipulation, being all talk, and haphazard action or haste. And lastly, we have judgment, which is self-doubt, lack of self-awareness, an inner critic, and self-loathing. So the question that Panda was asking is, should I follow my desires or don't and let things ride out? Yeah, no, Panda, I wanted to ask like what is their desire actually? But without knowing, Meowie, what would you say based on this card spread?
I think based on the question and how the cards played out, I don't know. Okay, I know there's no right or wrong way to read cards, right? Because you're told you might have actually a really completely different reading compared to what I'm thinking right now. Because how I see it, so the question is, next year should I go and follow my desire or don't, and just let things ride out? Because how I look at the present, near future, and then future, right? It seems like everything's kind of intertwined with more of there's some sort of selfishness I think I get from all three of the cards in the three time frames, I guess. I think that's the best way to kind of explain it. And even though the question is asking if I should go and follow my desire or don't, how I interpret it is I think you should. Because based on how I read the present, like, you know, there's a, right? You said there's a lack of like seeking self-care.
Yes.
Right?
Or it says
that
self-care is a representation. Is maybe instead of like being generous with wealth, that you are seeking self-care and just, you know, kind of keeping to yourself, taking care of yourself first.
Oh. So there is self-care. You are doing self-care.
Self-care is one of the words associated with it.
That does help with what I'm saying then.
Yeah,
okay, so currently you are seeking self-care. That is currently. In your future, you said it related to like manipulation, self-expression, kind of hasty, right? Right?
Yeah.
And then future, lack of awareness and self-critic. So kind of like you're just kind of being harsh on yourself.
Self-doubt. Yeah.
Confidence and things like that.
Ignoring the call.
In the future though, let's see.
Panda did say that they wanted to finally put work aside and meet up with people that were important to them.
I still think you should. And the reason why I'm saying this, so Vince probably might have a completely different reading. The reason why I say that is because you already have this mindset that you want to put work aside and meet up with people that's important to you. And even though in the future it kind of shows that there is going to be self-doubt, some sort of self-critic, something that relates to confidence, I think you might feel that way because you are going to be putting aside work. So something that's your normal routine, like part of your normal routine that you're so used to and doing all the time, to make time for these bonds and like connections and relationships and things like that. So even though the future does say that you're going to be a self-critic, I think that's a good direction because you already know what you kind of want.
You might want to pause because Panda's in an ad.
Oh fuck.
Okay, you're going good. I'm like I want to let her cook.
I'm like, I hope I remember after the ad.
I know it's kind of hard.
Interpret it?
How do I interpret it? Not exactly like that. Huh.
That's so interesting. Yeah, we have two different views on it.
I feel like I usually try to leave it as open-ended to both. Panda, thank you for subscribing for 2 months now. Welcome in. I hope they let you immediately watch the stream, right? Welcome back.
Welcome back. What was the last thing you heard, Panda?
Before the ads hit you.
Apparently Vince has a completely different view or a way of reading these cards.
And the stretch. It's not completely different. You'd need like a whole new hand for it to be like even close to completely different. Because like, I think even if you get a new hand, it might not be completely different.
What if, okay, since we have two, almost kind of, not really, two different views on how we read the cards, what if we have the clarification? It's almost like a tiebreaker, but it's not a tiebreaker. You know what I mean? What if the clarification is kind of
I don't think
the boost here?
This one seems pretty straightforward to me.
You think so?
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think there is two different ways to view this one.
Yeah. I think it just depends what Panda wants to feed to us for information. Because you said you wanted to put what work aside?
I
finally,
think the ads kind of hit when you were explaining the page of air. So like the second one.
Oh no.
Meowie asked, what was the last thing you heard before the ads got you? I'm just stretching, so don't worry about me. I'm here still.
You're good.
Do you remember what the second? I think you were going over the page of air, so the second card.
Oh, Panda barely got to hear shit. Okay, so.
Oh, so she didn't. Okay, right. Yeah.
Let's read it back. Okay, so, because you literally said, I wanted to finally put work aside and meet up with people important to me. So even though all of these cards are in reverse and they kind of have some sort of quote unquote negative connotation to them, I kind of read them in a more positive light. Because your question is, next year, should I go and follow my desire or don't just let things ride out? I say go for it because you're telling me in chat right now that you wanted to finally, so quote, finally put work aside and meet up with people important to you. So keywords like finally and important. And even though in the future it says, I guess it's interpreted here that you're going to be more of a self-critic, self-doubt. What is it? It's kind of, it relates to, what would you say, like lack of self-confidence almost? Kind of, not really.
For the judgment one, it feels like it is your inner critic, maybe some punishment or destruction or like ignoring some kind of calling.
Ignoring some sort of calling. Right. And I think the reason why I say you should put work aside for these important people in your life is because you've already been contemplating it. Because you're telling me like, finally, I'm going to be putting work aside for these important people. These people matter to you, and that's the bottom line of it. Even though there's probably going to be some self-doubt of some sort, I think how I read it was you're probably going to have self-doubt because, you're putting work aside and this is something that you're so used to doing that you making time for these important people in your life might be kind of foreign. it might make you uncomfortable and kind of more self-critical, right? So I think that's why you should go for it. But near future, deception, manipulation. I think that goes because all these cards seem very negative, unfortunately. Like how they're read it's more of in a negative light. So near future, deception, self-expression, it's more of the selfishness. So you know you want to be selfish with this. So I think that's why I read this as it seems in a linear line. There seems to be this pattern of you want to do this self-care for yourself. I think you also said that for the Six of Earth in reverse, it has to relate to what? Domination? Power?
Power and control, yeah.
Control. And I see this as because you want more self-care, you also want more control of your situation and how much self-care you want to give and everything. So I think that's why in the near future you're going to show, I guess, more selfishness and probably at some point realize like, oh, maybe I don't like this because I'm putting work aside and I'm trying to make time for this important friends. I don't know, dude. That's how I interpreted it.
I want to know why it's kind of confusing, but I feel like it's pretty clear. Because think of it this way. There's two options that Panda can take, right? Panda either decides to visit people that are important or they decide to continue work, right?
Yeah.
So you explained if they decided to go see family, right? Yeah. There's that aspect of, the Six of Earth is encouraging self-care, taking care of yourself, spending time with people is something that you want, right? But the thing is, there's probably some level of like strings are sort of attached to this because it's at the cost of work, and then there's a page of air is that there's the sort of deception, haste, haphazard action, just wanting to do this, maybe not really having it planned because they want to do it this year and they haven't really planned because they're not sure if they want to stay at work or they want to go yet. So they haven't made plans yet. So plans might be a little like all over the place, but they are excited to kind of like share communication, to talk to people about this. And then lastly, we have the judgment, which is having self-doubt, an inner critic, ignoring the call. Sort of been like, again, you've explained this as well, being like kind of like maybe feeling that because you've dropped work, you've lost something, that you've missed out on something. And that may kind of obscure, the upside of like having met these people, right? But the thing is, again, it can be read both ways. So Panda's also like, should I chase the desires or stay home? So if you look at it from, okay, instead of going to visit these people that are important to me, I'm going to stay home. So then you can also read it this way too, with the Six of Earth would be like, you're going to continue work. Maybe the focus is on the unpaid debts, taking care of, I guess, your financial situation and career first. So this is taking care of maybe your earthly needs over your kind of spiritual or emotional needs in this case too. And then it's power and dominations, like strings attached. It's like you really can't leave work, for these kinds of things. Is like that decision there. And then again, continuing with like, if you decide to kind of like let things keep going, stay at, continue to work, I guess. I don't know why I said continue to working at work, but that I guess that is true. So it's kind of like a bit of deception, manipulation. Maybe like it feels like maybe at some point you'll realize like oh, I need to keep working, that's why I can't see these people. It feels like it's not like the right answer. It feels like you're manipulating, you're trying to deceive them. Maybe you're trying to come up with something more convincing because you feel bad to explain that you felt like work was more important than spending time with these people. And then there's like the self-expression, kind of warning that you because this is something that you don't want to be continuing to work, right? And then lastly is the judgment card of like, at the end of the next year, you decide to stay home, you worked, that you'd have a lot of like your inner critic being like, this was the last time you got to see them and you didn't get to see them. That there's a lot of doubt that like maybe you shouldn't have done this, you shouldn't have gone down this path, ignoring the call, like basically that there's consequences. So I feel like this spread can kind of be summed up in the same way as like the two of air in a sense. It's basically like there's no right decision technically, because both will have like kind of like tough situations or tough things to deal with. One is maybe not having work, or being like feeling like you've fallen behind on work, or the other one is that you've missed out on a chance to see all these important friends and people that are important to you. Personally, what I would recommend is that I think it's a lot better to go ahead and like meet these people too. I also kind of recommend that. I'm thinking like if you are able to like make the time to spend time with these people, because work will always be there. Like, you know, there's always going to be more work. But the thing is, like, time with people is sort of like irreplaceable. You can't, like, once the chance passes, you don't know when the next time you can actually spend time with these people. It's like really, yeah, it's hard to spend time. And like, especially because you mentioned that it would be the last time before you part ways too. So Panda, I think I would highly recommend making plans. So again, going from that kind of perspective, the Six of Earth is again about self-care, but being careful with like, I guess, like unpaid debts or like charity, like making sure, like, you know, that if you can, like if it's something that you guys are trying to do together, like one last group hangout or whatever, that you kind of split it, that you're not just, it's not you paying for everything, for instance. Especially because if you're gonna have to like not be able to, especially if you can't do work for a while, you do have to be more aware of your finances a little bit. And then next is the Page of Air. So the Page of Air is talking about all talk, haste. Like it's like the whole like just do it. Like don't let your dreams be dreams. Like don't just say you're gonna do this and then not end up doing it too. Because I think that's a problem for the near future, is that you're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna decide that I will do this, but then you say that, but then you don't actually make any plans, and then time passes and then you don't end up doing it. Can be something that happens too. So that's something to be aware of, is that, all right, you're gonna do it, so make sure you commit and actually follow through, make plans, book stuff, book hotels, like whatever you need to in order to see them again, or just, you know, even messaging the person to see them again. And then lastly, you have the Judgment, which is having that self-doubt, the lack of self-awareness, inner critic, loathing, like feeling like you're being punished, you know. That I think it depends on what your values are, because I think human connection is a really important thing, and it really enriches your own life. So I think that if you hold on to the fact that you were able to see important people here at the cost of work, is actually, I would highly respect that. I think a lot of people are too scared to kind of like, they're like, oh man, my career, my work, what if I don't have enough money? Like, and they never really do things that they want to do. So like, think about when you're flash forward like another 50, 80 years or whatever. I don't know how old you are, but like, you're kind of like, you know, lying in bed, thinking about your, like in your last moments, like think about what you would want to remember when you look back on this year. Would you want to look back on you're working, missed out on seeing these important friends, or would you want to see these important friends, but you know, you kind of had a tough time, like, you know, maybe because you lost some work? And think of what you would prefer, and then walk you know, go forth with that decision there. That's what I would say. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong, but I think that's why a lot of things felt like it was hard to interpret, is because I think this can be interpreted in like two different ways, essentially. To go and not to go.
Like, even though it was all negative, I literally got the answer just from how, like, I guess, quote, negative it seemed the cards were reading. I'm like, the whole selfishness, self-care, seems like there's going to be a lot of self-doubt in the future. And overall, based on what Panda has told us, I think the pros outweigh the cons and how the reading is, even though you slightly read it differently from how I read it. I read it from a more like, I kind of already knew the answer. You should go for it. It's kind of, I kind of read the present, near future, and the future in a more emotional state of going with that answer. Like, yes, you should do it. And this is the stages between like you going for it and doing what you need to do next year. Yeah, I think that's how I determined it.
Yeah. Again, like, this is less of like a tarot card reading side, but a little more just like personal. It's just, I think that it is better to see people, you know, again, going from the whole work is still there, you know, and then you'll be able to come back to it. Work is gonna be there. Like things will work out. Yeah, but highly recommend. This spread here is mostly kind of warning that it's not going to be easy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
And then the future is never set in stone too. So now that you are aware that, you know, that you may, some things may be hasty, that you may have like let the ball drop in some situations, that you may want to, you know, endeavor to like be better about it and not actually let it happen. Because again, tarot cards are not set in stone. The future can be changed. Just like how you flip the judgment card, you can change your own future too. So let's see. We covered Zhongli, so now we're doing the raffle ones.
That was a pretty long one.
That one was kind of long
good
a little
though.
bit. Had to wait through the ads and stuff like that, but it's okay. Yeah, no, Panda, thank you again for the gift and subs. I hope you enjoyed the reading, got some extra insight from it, and I hope that, you know, helped with your decision as well.
Yeah.
And kind of give you some reassurance to go forward as well. So now we're doing the raffle for it. So I do this through Nightbot. I think it'll be interesting because I know that, I don't know, is there anyone from the YouTube end that does want to participate? But if you're on Twitch already, you can type in the words exclamation. If you type in exclamation mark raffle, you can get the next tarot card readings. I'm probably gonna do let me see. I think 3. We can do 3. 3 will probably lead us to around 11:15, and then we can do the quick roast ones that Lily was asking for the other day. Yeah, again, you can type in exclamation mark raffle, and that will enter you in. Alternatively, if it's quiet, we can just kind of vibe too.
Vibe.
Because tonight seems to be a very chill night. Did you have how many times did you drink then? Did you just take sips? It's like 60 sips.
Yeah, I finished
Oh my.
the little margaritas, the sparkling margarita mixes, and then I started drinking wine. Yeah. So,
Okay.
here we are.
So much alcohol in the past 2 days. My. You're gonna be okay. Are you hydrating with water?
Yes. I'll drink right now.
Okay. Yes, drink some water. I do need to get some water. But again, yes, chat. You guys can type in exclamation mark raffle and be entered in. I see Jake in there and Michelle. I'm gonna go get some water, so you guys have until then for me to come back, but I'll BRB.
Oh shit, is this my stream now?
Oh yeah, you can talk if you want, unless you don't want to talk. Do you want to use
Hello,
your
chat.
model at some point? Actually, should I set that before I go?
Sure, yeah, you can, yeah. I'm like, which model do I use? Okay, but hold on.
You can use the cat one, because I'm probably gonna use my actual model for this one.
Okay. Let me just open
me go
everything.
ahead.
And
Set this up here.
let's do it.
Send an invite over.
Drunk stream part 2. No, stop it. I still have wine that I've
it
been
is a
sipping
drunk stream part 2. All right. It's set up, so you should pop up whenever you type. It should be the same password, so you just need to hit the join most likely.
Okay.
Drunk stream part 2, yeah. And then you can move yourself all over the screen if you want. So I'll leave it up to you. Okay, I'll be back. Again, type in exclamation mark raffle if you want to be entered in. If it's just North and Michelle, I will get through both of you guys. So don't worry.
Yeah, where is it? I don't want to be orange. I'm trying to be my normal self. How do I do this? Oh, I found it. Okay. Oh, you guys, do you guys have any burning questions? Say anything. I will answer. While I try to have my model pop up on screen, it might take a hot minute because I think V2 Studio takes a little bit for me and Vince to connect. Let's see. Join. Connecting. Okay. Eventually I'll pop up on stream. Eventually. Let's see. Yeah. I will be cat. How was your day? Oh, am I here? Am I stuck? Oh. It's my stream now. Okay, let's see. How was my day? It was a good day. It was a good day. It started raining super heavy today, so it was nice. Had a fun time playing Little Nightmares too. How are you feeling? I'm feeling. Yes. Anything. Top 10 ways to hide a body. Wait, what? Isn't the government gonna find me if I try to answer that? Listen, okay, for safety purposes, I'm not answering that question. Just don't do that. No hiding bodies here. Nope. This ain't my stream. This is someone else's stream. I can't answer that question here. That's something I would answer on my stream. I can't answer that here. I can't risk it here. She's pink again? What do you mean? I'm pumpkin. I am pink here. Yeah. I do be pink here. Is that the chibi model that Vince was talking about earlier? No. This is actually my current model that I do use. I do not have full model. It's kind okay, long story short, first artist that was supposed to create my full model flaked on me, and my current full model is in the works. So I've been using a chibi model for a little over a year now. But we do have little chibi models. Oh my god, he's back. I'm not here.
I'm back.
I'm good.
Are you trying to hide behind the little...
Yeah.
Well, it's gone now.
Fuck. Oh no. Oh. I can't believe it. My hiding spot. No.
Yeah. The Lime 2D process is really long. I know a lot of people that have had artists that like take way too long. They have trouble like getting the riggers. You know, like there's so much that goes on with it. So it is rough. Especially, you know, when you're like trying to plan out debuts and when you want to like show like, you know, debut your model and all these kinds of things. Like it is tough for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Meowie has a custom sports car model. So
yeah, I do.
The chibis that I was talking about were the ones that we used last night. That one was like a custom one you can kind of get as a pre-made. Yes. Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and run the raffle. Looks like we have a couple people here. Go ahead and roll it for the next 3, which will probably be the last ones for tonight. So Jake, you are up first. Feel free to send your question in chat whenever you get the chance. Next, we got Michelle. And then lastly, we've got Yagami as our last one. And Panda, thank you for gifting sub over to Yagami. Or North. I feel like North, Yagami feels like, it doesn't feel right to say for some reason. I don't know if it's just me.
I say North.
You say North? Yeah. I like also say North. Because I guess, yeah, Yagami seems like it's just not, I guess. The odds were in our favor. It was, whoa. Panda, thank you for gifting a sub over to Michelle as well. Thank you for all the gifted subs today. Northy is cool. Oh, is Northy actually what is? Is Northy Agami? Congrats to all those that won the raffle. Oh. Yeah. You're gone.
I don't see anything.
Are you trying to change your model? I have like this. There's like this bar downstairs in our shared snack pile, and it's like this it's like that's it. It's an apple and mango, no sugar added mini fruit bar, 12 grams, no sugar added. That's kind of sus actually. What's on it?
What?
Scan for info and discounts.
I'm stuck.
Oh, there's a whole ass nutrition fact on it.
Oh, I'm here.
It's 40 calories. No, you're okay. Don't worry. 10 grams of sodium. So it's just salt, carbohydrates, dietary fibers. Oh, there's fibers. 8 grams of sugar. This is literally all sugar then. Wait, what? What did it say? No sugar added. That's just, well, okay. Natural sugar is still pretty big sugar though. I never trust that zero sugar stuff. It's like zero sugar added, but there's sugar. That's it. Apparently, Katsuko, hello. Thanks for chatting for the first time. But okay, can I get one of the roast readings this time?
Well,
I can give you a roast reading. Let me put you at the end because I was gonna do the roast readings afterwards. Is that okay? But yeah, for the other two that won the raffle, which was Michelle and then North, or Northy, what were your guys' questions? And Blueberry, thank you for the head pat. That's fine. All right, sounds good. Bar actually does not look that good. It's like one of those like.
yeah,
It's kinda
looks
sweet,
like a
though.
dog treat. Bark. Bye bye bye
Yeah,
bye.
woof woof. It just tastes like full on sugar. I don't know if there's vitamin C in it at least. I'm not saying it's a dog treat. Now I'm like, damn, I really be eating dog treats out here.
Do any models load here? Hold on.
Yeah, any models will load.
Oh shit, did I close the wrong one? Uh-oh. Wait,
Let's see. Michelle wanted to know whether or not they'd find a new job this year. Okay.
Does this one load? Wait, hold
Looks like fruit leather. Yeah, it's kind of just like fruit leather.
on. Oh god.
Meow has just gone into the void. Okay.
I'm not here.
So, new job. Yeah, the other model.
I forgot what it was called. I was like, do I still have it? Did I delete it by accident?
I don't think you would have deleted it. It's kind of nice to have an actual model. So, Michelle. Again, I'd like to offer the people asking the question a chance to flip the card because, again, you guys can change your fate or your future. Would you like to switch the first one, the second one, or the third one? Again, this one will most likely be since we're talking about career, it would be like kind of the current. I'm trying to think of its current situation, obstacle, and solution. I think. Yeah, that seems like a good way. So this is gonna be current situation. This is gonna be your kind of obstacle here, and then the last one's gonna be your solution to all that. Flip the left one. Okay. So rotate around our current situation. All right. So we got the two of fire in reverse. So you flipped it upside down, actually. Temperance as our current problem, and then the solution with the knight of fire. All right. So let's get started here. With the two of fire. So the two of fire represents planning for the future. You see that this kid here is taking their first steps kind of into really trusting this goddess here. They're kind of maybe leaving behind a crown and their clothes, it seems like, with this maid. So it's sort of leaving behind something. It's like a new beginning for this person. Planning, progress, making decisions, discovery, leaving home, and travel plans. But this was in reverse. So rather than making plans, what's happening here is, there's personal goals, a fear of the unknown, fear of change, playing it safe, and a lack of planning is your current situation right here. And then we have temperance, which is number 14. So temperance has, you see that there is a sort of like motherly, very laid back cat here. I believe she actually has 3 cats here because they represent, I thought they represented like the Wheel of Fortune one, which is like this, it had like a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil kind of connotation, but I think the gold threads here are kind of like the threads of fate here. So this cat's causing trouble, tangled up in all of them. But she represents temperance, and she's still very at peace. It's speaking about balance, harmony, moderation, patience, being sensible, purpose, and finding meaning. And that's your kind of current obstacle card right there. And then lastly, we have the Knight of Fire. The Knight of Fire is, in this one, it looks very much like a gladiator, like a champion holding this like torch, which reminds me of the Olympics. Has a bow strung on the back, covered in scars, has even like a kind of Greek like crown wreath thing around his head. So the knight symbolizes adventure and enthusiasm. It usually encourages one to enthusiastically go for it. Was this upside down? I forget.
Right side up?
I think it was right side up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, I know, I kind of forgot because like sometimes I'm like, So talking about energy, passion, inspired action, adventure, fearlessness, and impulsiveness. Okay. Do you want to start on this one, Meowie?
Gotta repeat
Two
them one more
fire
time for me.
is the start of a new journey, but sort of like a lack of planning. And that's kind of the current situation here. Lack of planning, some playing it safe, a fear of change, a fear of the unknown. It does speak of personal goals and inner alignment. And then there's temperance, which is about balance and harmony. It also includes patience, being sensible, and finding meaning. Willow Belm, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Vincent Faust. I'm a warlock who accidentally isekai'd himself trying to escape the hero. I usually stream a variety of gacha and horror games, and I do some voice acting and tarot card readings, which is what we're doing tonight. Today I'm here also with Meowie over here in the corner.
Hi.
How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. I also like to offer raiders a tarot card reading. So Willow, if there's a question you'd like to be answered by tarot cards, feel free to drop in the chat. Alternatively, if your chat raiders, if you want to suggest a question for Willow, you guys can also drop that in the chat too. Sorry, there was an ad. Yeah, no, it's okay. Welcome on in. Again, welcome raiders. I'm Vincent Faust. I do tarot card reading streams. Hello, hello. I'm invested. Welcome on in. I'm glad you like my intro. Oh my gosh. Panda, thank you for gifting a sub over to Willow. No, I missed the stream. No, the stream is still up. Welcome in, Sarah. Can I be a Maple Story bird? Everyone that is following does become a bird down there. So now you are a Maple Story bird. So thank you for the follow, Evan. It's Evan. We just finished a charity stream for mental awareness. Oh,
Nice.
That's great. Yeah. Definitely need to spread more awareness on mental health. I think I don't feel like it's like taught enough in schools. And hopefully, you know, that can change with more funding to mental awareness. All these like nonprofits. Yeah, Willow, if you have a question you'd like to ask, feel free to ask it. Alternatively, again, your chatters can suggest a question for you too. You're able to raise $700. Hey, let's go.
Nice.
You should be proud of your community. You guys did great. Yeah, what were you chatting about? Does anyone want to suggest a question? Yeah, so questions can be anything about your health, about your wealth, about your career, about love, about anything, honestly. You can talk about your next we win the lottery. Answer's probably no, because that's the lottery, but you know.
Yeah.
But we're currently doing a tarot card reading for Michelle in chat, who's asking if they'll find work. Yeah, do you want me to reread all the cards for you, Meowie, or no?
We were on near future,
Yeah.
the near future card, the temperance.
So temperance is actually the current obstacle, but you can consider it like the near future as well. Temperance is all about balance and harmony. Moderation, patience, being sensible, purpose, finding meaning. So that's the obstacle. You roller skated and cosplayed. Oh my god, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You you let me know when the questions. Yeah, sounds good. After this reading, I'll be able to take yours. And Heyun, welcome on in. And then lastly is the Knight of Fire, which is saying to kind of go for it. To go at it with passion, with energy, to be inspired, to be fearless, but does also warn of impulsiveness. Yeah, well, if you need to, feel free to go get some food, get some water, and take a rest. 8-hour streams are so exhausting. Make sure you stretch, properly stretch, because sitting in a chair for that long is no good. I know. I did like a 12-hour stream yesterday. Your current boss gave me a raise and extra benefits, but you still want to find another job that fits you better. Ooh, okay. Thank you for the extra bit of information too.
We love more insight. It helps the readings. Did you want me to go first?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Alright, just a heads up. I'm still intoxicated. I am not sober. I'm more on the drunk side. So my readings might not be as cool as Vin. Vin does the readings.
You do good readings. Don't worry about it.
I think my readings are more emotional. I think mine are very, very emotional readings. So let's see. Okay. The question was whether you'd find a new job or not this year, specifically this year. And there's only a couple of months left for 2023. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Present. Oh wait, and then you said in chat, current boss gave you a raise, extra benefits, but you still want to find another job that fits me better. Okay, I think it's the fact that you're already considering of looking elsewhere. So even though you were given the opportunity of receiving a raise, and extra benefits, it seems you're doubting something in your current workplace, right? There's something there that's lacking, and it is okay. So how I think I read your cards. Straightforwardly, the answer is whether I find a new job or not this year. Hold on. Let me retry my drunk self. Let's see. Oh, this is a yes or no question. Not me realizing that. Okay, let's see. Yes or no? And it seems. Let's see.
Not a fire.
Currently in the present, there are personal goals. Since you did want to possibly seek another job, that could be more suited for you. That would I guess essentially make you happier, right? The present card still says that there is a lack of planning. Near future for temperance, balance and harmony. You said this is an obstacle card, right? Essentially, a obstacle instead of really seeing it as near future. So the obstacle is finding meaning? Question mark. Balance and harmony. And then the future was reading.
Moderation, patience, being sensible.
And then future, passion, fearlessness, inspired, but also there's the impulsiveness that was kind of a warning, right? With this card.
Yeah.
How do I answer that with yes or no? Let me think. Let me click really quick. Wait, actually, you go first, so there's not any awkward silence. Okay, let me think. Go first.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Michelle, you're looking for new work. Do you really mean like before the end of 2023? Because December is coming up soon, and if I remember stuff with the fiscal quarter, usually they don't start hiring until after December, essentially. They probably start making plans, but a lot of companies don't usually do hiring around this time, mostly because a lot of people will be on vacation. It's hard to schedule interviews, holiday time, whatnot. So I think generally the odds don't look good, although you do have the Knight of Fire. That is a yes card, which is like kind of a positive sign of that. But imagine, again, Two of Fire is setting on a new journey. That's how you want to see yourself, is that you're this boy going on a new journey into the unknown, leaving behind, your old job. But it is reversed. So it's kind of like there are some things to be wary of, such as like the fear of change, playing it safe. let's see, a lack of planning. I think the lack of planning might be a big chunk of it. Is just it sounds like you don't like your current job, and that's why you're finding a new one, which is valid. But I think one of the warnings here is to not just drop out of the job. Make sure you are still working, because you know, like, you did get a pay raise, you did get new benefits. Like, don't leave the job to search for a job or like another job. Even, and that's where the obstacle with temperance is kind of coming in too, where temperance is like, you have to be patient. You can't rush into things. And the problem is that you are, you know, you want to have it by the end of this year, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Having a good lead, not necessarily having a sealed and done. Okay. Yeah, but I think patience is still part of it, essentially.
But
The reason why it is because I think it seems like for whatever reason you want to leave your job. Maybe there's 3 reasons that I think that most people should, like, there's 3 pillars when it comes to work. Is how much money you earn. That's one reason for staying. How good the people are. If you enjoy the people at work, that's another reason for staying. And then third is whether or not you're learning something that will build up on your career or your interests. And Celeste, hello. Yes, I am on your YouTube page now too. So there's those 3 pillars: how much money, how nice the people are, and whether or not you're learning. To stay at a job, I usually recommend that at least 2 of those 3 are being fulfilled. Money is good, people are good, but you're not learning anything. Still a good place to be. If you are, again, like, money's bad, but then you're learning stuff, you like the people, also a reason to stay. You don't like the people, but the money's good and you're learning something, also worth staying. But once it dwindles down to just one, like, the pay's good, but people suck, you're not learning anything, maybe it's time to move on, essentially. So that's the kind of thing here, is just kind of like looking at it and weighing out, you know, like, am I no longer getting anything with this job? Is it just good pay? Is it just good people? Is it just learning experience, you know, but bad pay, bad people? Then, like, search. It is good to search. Like, overall, it's always good to search for more work. The Knight of Fire is saying that once you do find something, to kind of go for it. So, and then the solution here is like to go. This is very interesting because there's 2 different fire ones here.
mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of like, it's to have this, I think it's kind of to look at other opportunities that you might want to be looking, that you might want to do, essentially here. Because I know that it's like, I'm not sure what exactly about your current career is lacking that you wish to change. Let's see. It's mostly the people that you're staying for, but home health isn't really for me. I'm not sure how to interpret home health. Is that like
people that I'm staying? Home health. Is that the career related to?
I guess
health?
like
Health
wealth isn't good for, or it's the career's not good for your health. Well, like home health. I'm a little like unsure with that one, but
Oh, pediatric therapist. I see.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. I think I know how to read the cards. I don't think my answer is as elaborate as yours, because I think you kind of already explained a good chunk of it. It's more of I think, as a quick answer, since this is a yes or no question, whether you'd find a new job or not this year, based on how I'm reading it, since there are just barely any months left of 2023, it's based on that, what the cards are telling me, I think it's leaning more towards no. Because even though you are seeking possibly something new for yourself career-wise, something that's more suitable for you, you did mention that there was possibly a lack of planning.
Yeah, the 2 of fire signifies lack of planning, maybe a fear of change.
And how I kind of read the obstacle card was there has to be some sort of balance, right? Because you said balance and harmony. So there does have to be a balance between whether this is going to be the right decision for you currently. And then the whole harmony, it just has to work out with your current lifestyle and all. So it seems kind of what's the word am I looking for? Rushed or hasty to possibly get a new job by the end of the year, since there are basically only like 2 or 3 months left of this year. Let's see. Future. What was the warning? Impulsiveness.
Mhm.
Oh god, I forgot how to determine that. My drunk mind. Wait, how did you read impulsiveness for that card?
Impulsiveness with that one.
Yeah.
I would say the impulsiveness is being wary of like, oh, I'm gonna oh, there's like, I'm gonna have an interview. I'm gonna drop this job already before I hop into the next one.
Right.
That's how I kind of would see it. Is just like at like any moment you're like, oh, this could be something, and then you drop everything for it. When in reality, like you should, again, the patience is. I think the reason why temperance is the quote unquote obstacle is because there's a lack of the temperance in the situation. That's the way I'm reading it, is that like, you know, you really want to have something new. I don't know if it's, again, something that you've been wanting for a while, or like you just seem to really want to have it by, like, you're looking to see if there's going to be any opportunities before the end of the year, right? Yeah, so it would be a bad idea. Yes. But you know, like if it's just like, hey, can we schedule you for an interview at like, you know, 2 p.m. and you're like, oh man, that's usually like when I work, you know. It's kind of like trying to avoid that kind of impulsiveness. I mean, of course, I don't think many people would just quit like that, but I think the other one would be kind of like, you're like, oh, I have an offer, I'm gonna go all in. Like they're actually gonna offer me something, and then like be like, oh, I don't actually like this workplace. Like I was so focused on leaving the past place that I didn't realize that I might be stepping into the same thing again. That I might be, you know, putting myself in a position that isn't the same, but like I still don't like it, you know?
Yeah. I think it's more of give, not necessarily, I guess, give the raise and extra benefits a chance. I think kind of give it some more thought while you also currently have the raise and also the extra benefits, because even though there are roughly two months left in the year, there's still next year. So even after this year ends, you can definitely say after those 2 months, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think seeking for something in this time period will be rough. You asked if you're gonna find a job offer, and like I'm sure you'll have offers actually, but because again, the Knight of Fire is like a yes card, and if you are submitting applications, I think people will respond. But in terms of like, you know, actually getting the job position and all those things, that will most likely not be in this year, just because again, November, December aren't really hiring time periods because a lot of people are on vacation. A lot of people are spending time with their family. Companies sometimes close down or shut down for the holidays as well. I don't know how your career, like as a pediatric therapist, like would apply in terms of like holidays, but I would assume that kids are probably with their family for a lot of the time as well. So, but maybe that's a good time for them to hire. Who knows? Let me see. Yeah, I would kind of read it as like kind of a lack of plan. I feel like it's like lack of planning, fear of change. Let me see what else I can kind of glean from it, from like the current situation. It can also, the two in reverse is kind of speaking of personal goals. That maybe, let's say, fear of unknown, fear of change, playing it safe. I have a question. Yeah,
I have
what's
a question related to future card. I know you mentioned like what inspired and the impulsiveness. What if the impulsiveness? Wait, fuck! I forgot how I was gonna ask it. Wait, hold on. Wait. Never mind. Continue. I forgot my question. It's the alcohol. I forgot. I'll remember when I remember.
You're okay.
I take it back. Okay.
Yeah, the way I would see it is that you want to set on a new personal journey. Again, you can, the Two of Fire really looks like a kind of journey card. But the Temperance card is reminding you to be patient, that to take time with things, to be fully aware of the decision you're making, like not to have a balance essentially. And to kind of be as being sensible is another one too. So kind of like this might not be enough time. And the Night of Fire is another warning of like impulsiveness with it. But it's kind of like, it's not to say that you will be stuck with a job. Like I think specifically you kind of designated a very short time period. Ultimately, again, if you are looking for new work, you're putting out those job ads, you're going out to interviews, you will find something.
I remembered it.
Okay, yeah, what was
For the
it?
future card, would you kind of interpret it also as being inspired by the impulsiveness? Can you also read it that way? Because even though we're leaning more towards like no in regards to the original question, can it still be interpreted by inspired by the impulsiveness? Because we know that impulsiveness is kind of something to keep a lookout for.
Impulsiveness is kind of like shown a lot on the spread, mostly because there is this Night of Fire. The Two of Fire said lack of planning, again, sort of like impulsiveness. Temperance is our obstacle here, and temperance is usually representing patience here. So the opposite of patience is kind of like impatience. And then again, the Night of Fire does have that, like sort of like impulsiveness as part of it. So still here? Okay, sounds good. You can go ahead and ask your question, actually. You love my tarot card streams? Thank you. But yeah, Michelle, I think it's definitely important to kind of give this a try. Like, see how you like these benefits, see how you like the pay, because you can spend time looking at other work and other companies that will actually, other companies that will offer you work, and see if what you currently have will compare to those. Because sometimes you're like, man, I don't like this place, I want to work somewhere else. And then you look around, you're like, this place is actually not as bad as some other places. So I think it's good to take your time to kind of browse around, instead of just looking for work, How many readings left? We're gonna do one more reading we're gonna do Willow's reading because Willow did raid, and then we're gonna do a reading for I'm blanking on the name. I think North, are you still there? What is your question? But yeah, the biggest thing is can you get a rest one? Yeah, you can get a rest one.
At the end, the very end. Very, very, very end. Very end.
Yeah, North, what is your full question? I know that you rated in, so wait, was it you that rated in? I'm like, brain is turned to mush at this point.
Who'd you say? What? Maybe I remember.
No, I think someone else rated at the beginning. Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
Michelle, I hope it's provided you some extra insight. Again, like, I feel like it's a yes card, so I think you will get offers and things like that, but the biggest thing is not to jump into the next position right away. Okay, new question. Should I try to become a model I? Or is that model with two L's? Yeah, you like that question so much you're hugging it?
That's what
Just
I meant.
model. Okay,
Ignore me,
okay.
North.
I was like, is North trying to meme on like, how do I become a Model S Tesla? And I'm like, very interesting question there. Whoops, that was kind of loud.
Alcohol, I'm sorry. I thought I clicked the right one.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do Willow's question first. But yeah, Willow, what's your question? Also, Emo, oh my god, thank you for the raid, Emo.
Hey, Dad.
Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Vincent Faust. I'm a warlock who accidentally used to cat himself trying to escape the hero. We're doing like a tarot card stream today. Whoops, I dropped a bunch of cards. So again, I'm a warlock VTuber who usually streams horror games as well as some gacha games. I do a little bit of voice acting and I do tarot card readings. So if you're ever in need of guidance, you know where to find me. Welcome on in. I'm also here with Meowie.
Hi, I'm Yowie. I'm drunk. Welcome.
Yeah, she's
I'm
drunk. She's helping me out with tarot card readings. Getting some wisdom from the demon cat maid. But hello, Cow, welcome. Gus, welcome. Emoshimo. Hello, what are we doing back? Welcome back, Shoto. It's made. I thought you went to bed.
Oh.
I'm Yowie in drunk, the best present. I'm drunk? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fable, Gus, thank you for the follow. Yaoi's name is also in the title if you'd like to follow her. I want to make decisions based on
Yeah.
drunk cat maid. Oh my god, oh no. But yeah, wait, did I miss Willow's question by chance? I love piggies, Dairy NT, thank you guys for joining the raid. Dren, Cultured Thigh Lover, and Fable, thank you again for the race. And yeah, Fidget. Yes, Willow. My question is, as someone who has been single for years, I enjoy my independence a lot and struggle to find romantic interests.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Will I ever be able to settle or find someone to match me?
Ooh.
Okay. So,
Love questions.
for Raiders, I usually do a card, but we can clarify it if we need to. Let's see. King of Fire, but in reverse. Do you remember the King of Fire from earlier?
Fuck no.
Okay. So again, King of Fire is someone that burns with passion. You can kind of see that they've got the Phoenix. So this one is in reverse. That they're the King of Fire. He's got this arrow in him. They're basically someone that he's basically someone that is very passionate, has failed a lot, but has the experience and to kind of like, carry through with his passions essentially. Even though he's been shot down, he still stands back up, sort of like the Phoenix. So you can kind of see that the whole like Phoenix theme with him as well. It is in reverse here. So
like a hero, right? Right?
A hero could be a good way to describe it, sort of. There's still kings are kind of like regarded as heroes in a lot of fantasies too. But again, the king symbolizes long-term success as a leader. He has the same passion as other cards, but the maturity to thrive. This is sort of an interesting draw because you're asking a sort of romance kind of question. So the person you're looking for might exemplify traits of the King of Fire, or maybe you might want to follow these traits. But I think right now, because it's in reverse, these are things that it's kind of warning you of. So, you mentioned that you enjoy being independent and you kind of struggle to find romantic interest. Is it you struggle to be romantically interested in someone, or you value your freedom so much that you don't really feel like a need to find romantic interest? But again, because the King of Fire is of the fire suit, it's sort of like the Knight of Fire with the whole impulsiveness. So impulsiveness is a big part of the fire suit. Impulsiveness, ruthless, high expectations, haste, unachievable expectations.
Oh, this is so interesting. It's so spicy. Sorry, okay.
These are traits that I usually find in myself as relating to the card itself. I don't find the need yet. But you do, but you desire it. Wait.
Ooh, that's so spicy. Ooh. Wait, what does this card mean again? Sorry. What
You're like, ooh, it's so spicy. You're like, I don't remember what it was though.
I forgot what the card
means.
means.
Again, impulsiveness, ruthlessness, high expectations, haste, unachievable expectations. That's cute. That's you? Yeah.
And the question was, will I be able to settle?
Will I find someone or ever settle? Yes.
And it's in reverse. How do I see this? Okay, I think right off the bat, I'll go with what's at the top of my head, AK gut. Yeah, you will find someone. Even though the card's in reverse, even though it what'd you say?
It is a yes card.
Yeah, wait, it's still a yes card in reverse? Or
even in reverse, I treat them as yes still. Just because it's reverse doesn't mean it's a no.
Yeah. Okay, so I still think you will find someone. I know people that are can definitely be attached to the whole independence, especially if they have always been like that for a long time. And of course, since you're so independent, right? Of course, you're gonna have high expectations that your partner's gonna be that way. So even though there is high expectations tied with this card, you're definitely gonna find someone that's like this because you desire it. You know what you want. You're gonna find them. For sure. Yeah. I don't know if that's how you determine it. I'm sorry. Okay, go.
No, yeah. I mean, that's like a good way to kind of read it too. I think the biggest thing that's also mentioned is like to kind of avoid impulsiveness and like, just
Mhm.
jumping into relationships because you're like, this could maybe be the one. And again, like, because I think everyone has like moments of weakness, where they're just like, maybe they're like, oh, damn, maybe my expectations are too high. I should lower and try it out. And then you're like, now I remember why I set my expectations to this level. Cause you'll like, this is like a partner for life, you have to understand that, um, it will, that it's okay to have high expectations. I think there is a balance of like, it is worth giving people a shot, but at the same time,
Mhm.
like don't, um, I guess like, I guess it's like also good to be a little bit more open-minded on certain aspects. There's definitely things you can't give up, like,
Mhm.
treating you like a person, treating you well, like, the way they act towards like, public, like, service people, like there's certain things like definitely don't give up those things. Like the amount they earn, the amount of
Mhm.
like, their educational background, even like looks and stuff like that. Like if you have a certain expectation, then like, go for it.
Mhm.
You're very guarded romantically. It is very hard to share
Yeah.
your feelings too. Um,
Mhm.
I think it's the King of Fire is very much like an extreme essentially. Um,
Mhm.
it's like having these like high expectations, but also kind of like being very hasty with it too. When it's just like you're like, oh, it seems like they checked a couple of these off, everything must be right. But like it's like learning to take your time, um but
Mhm.
also like think of like what, like I thought I wanted this, but maybe maybe I'm actually okay if that's not the case.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Gus, thanks for checking in. Sarah, thanks for checking in. And Star, thanks for exploring.
Wait, can I guess the
um
Willow really quick?
yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Willow, since you're so independent, I give credibility to people that are extremely independent. I think dependent people and also independent people have their pros and cons, right? But I think one of the biggest pros of someone who is very much independent, you know exactly what you want. You know what standards you want to hold with yourself and also obviously in a relationship. I think one of the cons about it is definitely you might be a little too harsh, and that's where the high expectations come from, right, for your future partner and everything. So like with what Vince is saying,
Yeah, I'm
don't
glad
be
Meowie
too
lowered her
mean.
bar for me.
Hmm. What the fuck? No way. Anyways, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so you know exactly what you want. Since you're so independent, and you should give all that credibility to yourself.
Yeah.
You'll definitely find someone. Mm.
Whoa, budget Meowie? Would you
No
consider
way.
this budget? No way.
Budget.
Mhm.
Nah. Mm-mm.
Yeah, thank you, Willow.
Mhm.
And then with Willow, last we have North, who their question's up there. North, Doko. North, there we go. North wanted to ask if they should try to become a model. That's an interesting I think like it's interesting because not anyone just gets into modeling. I feel like usually it's like, oh, people are telling you often, they're like, hey man, you look good, you should be a model, You should
Wait,
do
I
a
have a
reading
question
for
for North.
Meowie. Yeah, she wanted a roast one. Yeah, what's up?
The questions for North. It's Actually, was it a question? Fuck. What was I gonna say? Oh, do you have any more insight on the whole model thing? Anything that inspired it?
Like what kind
How
of
you
model?
considered
Like I
modeling?
think like being like, oh, you want to be a hand model would be
model?
definitely then if you're like
Feet model?
not the feet modeling. Probably good money
Model
though,
model?
actually.
True. Mm-hmm.
Nude model? The pay would be different. Like fitness influencer.
Fitness?
Ah, okay.
Yo.
How's the queue? We are gonna switch over to roasts pretty soon because I want to end around midnight here. Feet model, no way, Sarah, please. But Ozen was good. How was
Wait, can you
job
sniff the
searching?
mic?
Yeah.
Ew.
Go. Yeah. I don't have really good sniffs. You have a cute sniff. It sounds like a dog.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, bark.
Mm-hmm. Just a bunch of interviews. Oh, man, yeah, interviews are good though. All right, let's draw these cards for North. It always goes back to feet. That's kind of Logs' influence here. All right, let's go ahead and zoom. So again, North. Everyone has control over their own faith. North, would you like to flip the cards or would you like to leave them the same? You are asking about whether or not you'd like to be an influencer, or not influence, but like a model, huh? What would be the best way to determine this? Oh my god. Yo, Panda, thank you for gifting a sub over to Emo.
Thanks, Panda.
Flip the 2 on the left. So we're talking about number 1 and number 2, like left and middle.
Yeah.
Also, Emo, if you had a question you wanted to ask, I can also answer that with the 1 tarot card too. Okay, it was these ones. Okay, flip that one and this one.
Also, North, feel free to include other info that you think might help us.
Yeah. So how should we arrange this? A model. Well, it's a career question, so current situation, obstacle, and solutions, kind of another one. Or we can do, yeah. Because I feel like that's kind of oriented with that. There's some sort of obstacle to the modeling, it seems like. So let's see what we got. Current situation is 8 of water in reverse, 6 of air in reverse. So you flipped those two, actually. North, you're the one that put those in reverse. So 8 of water, normally, when it's face up, the 8 of water usually suggests abandoning a disappointing situation. There may be material accumulations, but it's time to seek deeper goals. You gonna head out? Yes, Willow, thank you again for the raid. You don't know what to ask? You can, if any of your chatters is still here, like Gus, maybe they can suggest something too. Vin's got good nails. My nails are too long. I need to clip them, like. Oh, you know why they're kind of nice? It's because Meowie did my nails. She took away dead skin from the nail beds and stuff like that. So I actually kind of had like a nail salon session there. The collab thing is from an old one. Let me get a shout out from Meowie here. That was from yesterday. Sorry. But yes, the 8 of water in reverse is trying something one more time instead of leaving a disappointing situation. Indecision, aimless drifting, avoidance, fear of change, and a fear of loss. So that's the kind of situation going here. Maybe you're worried about missing out on a situation or missing out on an opportunity here. 6 of air, again, in reverse is about, it's usually a transition symbol, letting go of the past. So like, I guess the past and the present is sort of like the same issue here. It's talking about personal transition, resistance to change, unfinished business, and emotional baggage. And then next is Queen of Water.
Wait, that's in reverse?
Yes, the 6 of water. In reverse, it is sort of resistance to it. Having emotional baggage. Unfinished business. Not resistant, but well, it can kind of tie in. One is resistant to change or trying one more time. And the next one is having unfinished business or emotional baggage. And Gus, thank you for the hen pat. And then the Queen of Water. So this one's not in reverse. So this is kind of your solution. And it's to be caring and compassionate. She's sensitive to others' feelings and has a trustworthy intuition. So words are compassion, comfort, calm, nurturing, healing, emotionally stable, intuitive, and caring. Manicure collab stream. I mean, I feel like Meowie would do it. I just need better lighting and stuff for this.
I'm not a professional, you guys. I feel like I would scare them probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I would be like, damn, goodbye to my hands, guys.
I should paint your nails. I wonder if they'll notice. I'll do like the glitter, my clear glitter ones. Feel like maybe they'll notice on your next tarot card stream.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the kind of reading. Let me go over this one because I want to have some time for Jake's like roast and your roast and to chat a little bit. I think I might only do. I might do. Let's see how long the roasts take. But again, trying one more time, being indecisive, a fear of change, fear of loss, and then personal transition, resistance to change. So it's kind of like, that's really interesting because it's asking in terms of becoming a model. You think black nails would fit the stream vibes? I feel like as a person, I don't feel like I run like a very emo or goth appearance though, do I?
No, not to me.
Black and purple.
Wait,
I
can you
think
go
when I
over
get
what the
stuff, it's
first
like,
part means again?
yeah, so it's a resistance to change. So 8 of water normally, when it's face up, recommends leaving behind a disappointing situation. But when it's flipped over, it's like you're kind of like, I
Okay.
want to try one more time. I don't want to change. Like I want to try, like I want to keep doing it.
I want to keep doing it.
Like it's like I'm gonna give it one more shot, even though like I should just leave it behind. It's kind of like a sunk cost, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And 6 of air is kind of like having emotional baggage. It's kind of reflecting on your current situations. Like your current situation is a problem right now. Ara, hello. This deck's art so pretty. Yes, it is. How have you been? Do you want to interpret it? I think for light, if I were to kind of interpret it, it is, I think, understand, like the Queen of Water is the one that balances both emotions and their logic. They fully understand their emotions. They understand that, you know, there's certain things that are needs that they are, you know, they're like, I want to do this, but they also understand that, you know, like maybe this is not the best of ideas. And like, think of your reasons to become a model. I kind of wonder what the Queen of Water is. The Queen of Water is technically another yes one. So you were kind of asking, should you become a model? But I think it's good to understand what's going to come along with it, you know, because working with social media, being as a model, there is a lot of things that you have to be careful not to be affected by, and also to make sure it doesn't affect other areas of your life as well. You know, if you're like, oh man, guys, I can't eat out today, I have to like make sure I'm like underneath a certain amount of calories, you know, just so I look cut enough for like my, you know, 6-pack post on like Instagram. Does that be vague or detailed?
Question.
It can be vague if you want to, emo. What's up?
All the cards have water in it, right? Is there water
They
in
do
all
all
of
have
them, or am I
water.
tripping?
The 6 of air is not a water card, but it does have water. Technically, there actually is a water.
Yeah, they all have water in it.
Yeah. Besides all the water you see in this picture here, each of the rabbits represent a
Emotional.
different element. The rabbit kind of in the middle there above the 6 is a water card, or it has a water element on them.
Oh, okay.
They do all represent water though.
Yeah, because I see it as yes, you should try it. Because what the original question is, should I try to become a model, and that relates to fitness model? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you said present is kind of like trying one more time. You don't want to really give up on it. The obstacle here is, I guess, tackling on the emotional baggage and some sort of unfinished business there. And I'm kind of guessing it leans more in an emotional side, because all of these cards do have water in it. I kind of interpret water as being emotional, tied with emotions in your feelings, because it looks like in the future too, it relates to caring and being compassionate and emotionally stable. What, caring? Yeah, the whole motherly,
Emotionally
like,
stable,
yeah. So I think you should try, because your question is trying, right? It relates to the word you should try. I think you should. I think it'll be good for you. If you're questioning already, I say go for it. Absolutely. I think that's what the cards are telling you here.
Yeah, as a simple answer to your question, like yes, like you should try it out. I think the warning here is kind of like to know that you know, to understand your emotions better while you're going through it. Because I think working with anything that's social media or content creation wise, your emotions don't let your emotions be controlled by, you know, numbers, essentially. Stuff you can't control. How many people like your post, how many people visit, you know, watch your videos, how many people follow you, all those kinds of things you can't control. And it's important to make sure you don't tie your own personal self-worth to, say, numbers and whatnot. So Gus, I'm not working, but yeah. And then emo, so Emo's question is, what area of my life requires more attention right now? So
You're not
for
working.
Raiders, do like one card draw.
What'd you say? You're not working? Did I hear that right? What did you say? What'd you say to
I don't
Gus?
know what I said
I'm so
exactly.
confused.
Oh, I said I'm not
what did you
drinking
say?
right now.
Oh, they
Yeah,
said
Gus was
working. I'm
asking
like,
if I was
hello?
drinking. Did I say working? I'm sorry.
He's
I'm
not
not
drinking. I'm the drunk one.
twerking right now.
Walking.
Walking.
You're
All right.
warlocking.
Emo. What area of my life? So for Raiders, I do one card, just a quick one, so it's like in between. So again, everyone has a chance to change their fate if they would like to. Emo, do you want to flip this one, or do you want to leave it as is, like how I drew it? You can either turn your card. You can turn your card upside down, flip it. Damn, no one trusts me. Okay.
Woo!
Is the Knight of Water upside down?
Oh,
You've done this to yourself.
can't believe you've done this.
Let's see, Knight of Water. It's always interesting to see what kind of personality people have, because they're like, I flip it, or like they're like, nah, I don't flip it. So Knight of Water. The Knight of Water is a representative of someone who is in tune with his emotions. He's a very caring guy. He's someone that, he understands how he feels. He really, is in tune with his emotions and stuff like that. So you kind of see that this Knight of Water, he's more than just a character in like a storybook here. He's, actually he has his real emotions, has thoughts. He enjoys, being himself, or enjoys, he's I guess emotionally sound, but he's in reverse. Okay. So in reverse, the Knight of Water is speaking of moodiness, disappointment, overreactive imagination, and jealousy. So to answer your question of what areas of my life require more attention right now, you'll want to reflect on, what is something that's making you jealous? What are you thinking too much about? And like, it ties also in with like disappointment, essentially. That's like the kind of short answer. So kind of think about like why am I feeling bad about this? Like, why am I jealous of them? Like, I should be happy about them, like for them, for these kind of things. Like, think about those and think of like, what am I currently lacking? What's making me feel this way, And what can I do about that? Could be a lot of different things. Water, if you were looking for something more concrete, water usually does relate to emotions. So this might be this is sort of like an emotional growth kind of thing, and being like, I am jealous of it because, they have something that's really nice that I wish I had. But I understand that, they probably worked for it, and, I didn't see like how much effort they put into it. So I don't really understand how hard it was for them to get there. And, being like, I need to kind of like, I guess like kind of being in tune with your emotions and having that kind of understanding and empathy in a sense. Yeah, I would kind of like focus like firstly, like what's, anything that has been making you feel jealous for whatever reason, or like, like not really confident in yourself. And then bring it to another level with the whole, like maybe it's tied in with your emotions to some extent. Yeah. Jank, you still there? Probably gonna do like the one card roasts. Probably fit in a couple.
Wait, can I add? I remembered something.
Yes, go ahead.
See, you were hitting all the points with it. I was like, oh yeah, that's how I read it. I think another way to also look at it is since it does relate to emotions and things that might relate to some sort of like negative emotions. I think another way to look at it is kind of looking into the root of possible insecurities that relate to that type of a negative emotions and things like that. That might be something to kind of look into.
You didn't know what Flip did? Yeah. I mean, it'd be like that too sometimes too, where you don't know what you're doing and how that will affect something.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Again, like, that's not a bad reading necessarily, because you were just asking what should you focus on. So you're all good. All right, Jake. So the roasts are just blind. I don't know. I don't have a question from you. I don't know what's going on, but the thing is, I kind of do know what's going on. but they're very fast. 6 of air again. Oh my god, resisting change. I'm trying to remember what else was like associated with the 6 of air. Resisting change, personal transition, unfinished business, emotional baggage. Do you have like some sort of emotional investment, Jake, that you're like it has to be, I have to do this thing. I have to like you can't like let go of something. And then there's basically meaning that you've left some kind of business unfinished and you're letting that bother you instead of actually going out and like dealing with it. I'm like, Jake, pick yourself off the floor, stop complaining, and just deal with the problem, which I know you are doing with certain, like I know that you're talking about like feeling like you're having trouble like, you know, interacting with people socially, or like you're trying to learn how to interact with other people better. You are working on improvement, but I think there's probably some other stuff too that could also benefit from that kind of mindset that you're applying to social interactions, so that you can finish up that unfinished business. That was too positive. I should just roast you for it. Just be like, you got some unfinished business, I see, Jake. Yeah. Meow meow. You want a card?
Yeah. Hit me. Do it.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
My job is major emotional baggage. It's getting very stressful. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, time to let go of that. All right, next. Wow, that's a lot. Wait, what? Wow, that's another.
I can't. I'm being scammed. Nah. What? The
I've
fuck?
I've been shuffling.
That is a scam. How does this happen all the time on your stream?
I don't know. Like sometimes cards pop up a lot, like during a certain stream. I shuffled it.
You didn't even
I
ask me.
didn't even give
Excuse me.
Jacob an option to flip it. Yeah.
Oh.
Looks like
I
you've
don't
got
like
some
this card.
unfinished business.
Yeah. You need to pick another card. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, you sure you don't have emotional baggage, huh?
I do.
That you're not willing to
Pick
leave
another
behind.
card.
You've got some unfinished business. You're trying to there's a personal transition that you can achieve here, and you're kind of avoiding it. There's a resistance to change, a fear of change. Yeah. Thanks for the bonk, Sarah. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Rage, hello.
I
You want this card? You want to be roasted again? All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, watch. All right, I have the card right here, right?
Okay. And before
I'm putting
it's a water card.
You know what? I put it on the
It's my
top.
favorite card. Okay.
Watch. I shuffle. It's no longer on top. If anything, I'll split the deck. It's not on top anymore,
just
right?
keep shuffling it. What if I keep telling you to shuffle until I say stop? Keep going. Go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
I swear
Yeah.
if we find the card like this, I'm going to cry. Keep going.
Yeah.
We swap it over. Okay.
Okay, stop.
It's
Okay.
Tarot Day. Right here? You want this card?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah? 100% sure? Yeah?
Yeah, and then flip it.
Yep.
Wait, I don't get the option. Never mind.
Yeah, you don't get to flip it.
Is that
I
water?
will flip it,
What
but it's a judgment card.
I saw this card.
What the?
You like this one better, huh? This is what you want? I feel like, what was it? Bun was also like, give me another spread. I was like, okay, if you say so. Judgment indicates the need to make a monumental decision requiring the accumulation of all of life's experiences. Judgment, rebirth, and inner calling, a new phase, absolution, reckoning, awakening, redemption, forgiveness, and mercy.
How do you roast me on that?
How to roast you on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you ready to accept Jesus?
I ain't gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Sure.
But it's kind of like you have to look like I'm like, have you been avoiding looking into yourself, judging yourself for your actions?
What if I do that every day already? Huh?
Are you critical of yourself?
Absolutely.
How's that self-loathing feeling?
Like shit. You can't hurt me when
Are you
I hurt
ignoring
myself.
the call? Is there something you should be doing? Something you should be paying attention to, but you're ignoring it, running away from it?
Yeah.
Oh no. Mm-hmm. Exactly. You gotta face your problems. That's really what judgment is. Just like I've done like, because judgment's right before the world. So it's the step. It's like the final step before you reach that ultimate completion, and you can't take any shortcuts because the shortcuts for the world is kind of like you miss out on judgment. You're like I could deal with this, but I'm gonna try to avoid it. So
I'm impatient though. I love shortcuts.
I know. You don't want to take a shortcut in this case though. Yeah. How do you get tarot card reading? I can do roast readings. Shit, we only got 4 minutes. I can do them. All right, put a 1 in chat if you want to get a roast. I'll just go through it. First ones, whoever gets through it first. This plot was amazing.
My favorite card.
I'm shuffling it. Benzene, hello. You are the first one to put a 1. All right, cool. Your roast card is the 2 of air. Do you have trouble making decisions? Dude, the 2 of air is fucked. That you are currently in a conflict with no resolution. That sucks. There's a challenging decision right there. You're weighing options, but you're avoiding the decision because it's too hard. Don't avoid decisions because it's too hard.
Yeah. He said.
No one else has put a 1. You guys serious? Can you guys not read? That's crazy. That's not the order. You actually put the number 1. There you go, North. All right. Finally, people that understand. King of Fire in reverse. Are you impulsive? Do you have high expectations? And that's why you're always sad because you're like, it should be like this. This is like what I expect. And then never turns out like that. Maybe you should lower your expectations a little bit, North. Did he have no, he didn't have the fire on his like 1. Let's see. Tayolumi, thank you for the chatting for the first time. There's your 1. Knight of Air. Knight of Air is you always like to leap into things, which is usually a good thing. You know, you make decisions without planning too much. Do you have a lack of planning? Unfocused, maybe you burn yourself out because you're all over the place. Unpredictable and disregard for consequences. You're like, wow, well, if it isn't my own consequences, I guess I'm in the own boat. Let's see, Sarah.
How the turntables have turned.
Yeah, how the turntables have turned. Sounds like me. Yeah. Be more careful and deliberate with stuff. Sarah, 7 of water. Damn, do you have... I feel like 7 has like so many baggage ones, essentially. 7 of water is that you have wishful thinking. You always seek out short-term things instead of trying to invest in something that's actually long-term. And then maybe you get overwhelmed by choices, or maybe you find a lack of purpose. Yeah, water be killing it. Panda for the next one. I'm just gonna draw from the top of the deck. The Fool. You're a fool. Are you naive? Do you hold back because you feel like you don't know? Like you've started not the patheticness. The Fool has all of them, like indecision, hesitation, reckless. Being fearless is not bad, but then maybe it's good to have a little bit of fear. Making bad choices, being too much of a risk taker, Panda. Let's see, Nagi. Yo, Panda, thank you for the 500 bits. But there's no line to skip though. Oh my god. It's an 8 of air. The 8 of air is, are you putting yourself in situations where you are like, oh no, I need help. I'm currently trapped by something. But in reality, that it's just you limiting yourself. You're just like, I can't do this. Like, it has to be done this way. And then you shoot yourself in the foot when you're like, it never gets done. Oh, reading for emo if you get time. Okay, I'll do a reading for emo.
You're your own worst enemy. Yeah,
you're limiting yourself with your own beliefs. You're not open to new perspectives. And then you have an inner critic. Not too bad. All right, since 500 bits were dropped for emo. Emo's not even here. What's the point of roasting someone that's not even here? Actually, maybe emo is here. No way. Also, Ichang, thank you for subscribing for 10 months. All right, emo. I don't know. Ace of water. Okay, Ace of water is kind of like, again, water. You can imagine like the beginning of something. This new feeling that's like welling up deep inside of you. A fresh start. But you know, like, is there some sort of like blocked creativity? Are you feeling like you aren't as creative as you could be right now? You feel maybe empty. Maybe you're lacking some self-love for yourself. Repressing your emotions. That's all cards. That's all related to the Ace of Water. After water, he didn't say damn. This one's less of a damn, but it's kind of like you're like you gotta let the emotions flow, but it's more of like, oh, you did not let the emotions flow. It hits home. Okay, let's see who's after that.
It's bad if I react to it. I feel like
my cards or
card. Yeah, I feel like when I'm just like, oh.
Now he does recognize all the bad ones. Oh look, it's a 10. It's like 10 is having surplus, but it's like, are you wasteful?
London.
Jake. Wait, did I do Jake already?
Sweet.
Can't remember. Yo, Fable, thank you for the 40 bits. Well, I mean, I drew that for... Wait, Jake, you already had one. Okay, whatever. Are you being wasteful, Jake? Maybe spending too much time, like, doing things that you shouldn't be doing? I feel like you spend, like, on games, scrolling, maybe money-wise, you're spending a bit much, and you're like, maybe I didn't need to actually buy that. This is like talking about the dark side of wealth. Yeah. Lack of resources. Nah, it's more like spending too much in that one. Let's see, Michelle or Aiko. 2 of air. You already know 2 of air. You can't make a good decision. You're having trouble making decisions. You're avoiding making an important decision as well, just because you're afraid of making the decision. Just gotta go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Michelle, the star. The star is all about wishes coming true, but let's see, what else is it? Personal growth, good omen. Damn, that's honestly, there's not a bad one to roast, essentially. It can be sometimes you have a lack of faith, though. Or being in despair, disconnected, maybe insecure about yourself, and maybe wishing something like a star, you'd have a shooting star to instantly grant something. Like not feeling secure that you can accomplish something that you want to get done. Kiddas, I'm going over time because there's so many of you guys. Kiddas is the 8 of earth. I think is like, do you ever, let's see, it's locking yourself in isolation to master a skill. But this one is like self-development, perfectionism. Are you a perfectionist? Is probably the roast. Sounds like you're a perfectionist, but you have misdirected activities. You're like this part needs to be perfect, and you spend 10 hours doing something that's like only worth like 10% of the grade, versus like the thing that's worth 60%. And then having no passion and being unmotivated afterwards and things fall through. You're like, man, I spent so much time on this small chunk, now I'm not motivated to do the rest. Let's see. Gumio, the king of earth in reverse. Damn.
No.
Do you recognize that one?
No, I don't know.
No. Watch it be a good one. King of earth is greed. It's again, earth is all about money. So this being greedy, indulging in material things. Let's see, with wealth and obsessed with wealth and status, being like, yeah, the amount of followers I got, the amount of influence I have, those are the most important things in life. Don't let that take over, Gumi. I think it's almost everyone. Fable, Gus, thank you for the 4 bits. Fable, you didn't want one? I didn't know Vince spoke facts. I'm just reading the cards. Did he say jank? I may have said jank. I know jank is in my vocabulary somewhere. What's going on? I was doing tarot card roasts for chat as a way
roast
to get
yourself.
more people.
Wait.
Roast
Pull a card for
yourself?
yourself. Yeah.
Damn.
And then tell me what it means and I'll roast you with it. Yeah.
Okay. Ah shit, Queen of Fire. That's me.
Fuck,
I'm fire as fuck and I'm hot as fuck.
Disgusting. Continue. What does it mean?
Queen of Fire represents someone who is confident and focused. The charisma of the queen inspires others to be better. Courage, confidence, independence, focus, zest for life, determination, and joy. Maybe some more negative ones is like, wait, in reverse, it's self-respect, self-confident, introverted, selfishness, jealousy, and insecurity. Okay.
That's in reverse though. Right?
I usually, because of the roasts, it's so fast drawn, I usually read both. Because like there's not, some cards are just good, actually.
Okay, I got you. All right, I got you. Get your head out of your ass, bro. Stop being, why are you like that, huh? Why? I don't know, bro. This has to do with confidence. I'm like, get the, what the
I am
fuck?
confident.
Yeah, get your head out of your ass, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of confidence, bro. Yeah. This card is so positive though. I'm like, it's one of those
It did be kind of popping.
it's a little too positive. It do be.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. You're too
Yeah,
confident.
you guys can't
What the-
roast me. I'm already too confident.
I can't. Disgusting.
Hmm. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Star. Yeah. The Queen of Fire is ego tripping? Oh shit. There you go, Deadly. Have a good
Yeah.
night and take care. Yes, take care, Star.
Bye bye, Star.
Thanks for the roast, I suppose.
I can't roast you.
Not with this card, huh?
It only like when you said the confidence thing, all I wanted to say was shut up. I was like, yeah, shut up.
Yeah, sure. I can shut up.
No,
This
wait,
is my
this is your
stream, so-
stream.
Yeah, yeah, no way.
I'm like, wait, this is your stream. What?
Vince really roasts my emotions like he knows that I have an emotional crisis. Yeah. That sounds like a personal problem. Just- yeah. It is hard. Like I know that, you know, everyone's dealing with something. I feel like it's funny because a lot of cards I see patterns of like I'm like jealousy, insecurity, anxiety, fears. I'm like, yeah, like very, very vague. That's why I somewhat still don't really believe in tarot card reading, but you know, I still go through them. Things with tarot card readings, time to do some self-reflection. No way, Gumi. I think the biggest thing is really to talk it out, you know, maybe reflect on it, be like, okay, how can I be better? And not to be too critical of yourself too. I feel like the thing with roasts is that there's no empathy. Is the bonk redeem not working? I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Where is my bonk redeems? Bonk. Refresh it, and there's a bonk right there. Thank you for the bonk, Sarah. Right now I'm thinking about a lot about my life. Okay, I see, Gus. But yes, thank you guys for coming out to the tarot card reading stream.
Yeah.
It's past midnight. I'm like, I should go to bed. I should sleep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have confidence, but not to the point where you appear too full of myself. Oh man, I'm so full of myself though, Rach. You don't even understand.
Yeah, you're filled with shit. Shut up.
Now I'm double thinking about your love life. Maybe the roasts aren't the best. You'll be okay, Sarah. And everyone, you guys will be alright. It's not the end of the world just because the card said that you have these insecurities. I could probably do the opposite and like do praises too with them too.
True.
Or like, you know, affirmation. No. Because like if you, for instance, with the Queen card, it'd be like, have more confidence, you know, like believe in yourself. Find that zest. Find what gives you that zest for life.
Date ba yun?
Exactly. But okay, let's go ahead and switch over to the chat and screen stream. Yeah.
I'll remain small here.
Yeah, you might have to drag yourself a bit up because I got black bars. Like I was gonna say like a porno, but
I looked at what? Like a what?
it's just like
What'd
it's
you
like
say?
frames. It's like frames for the stream. Don't worry, I didn't say anything.
Porno. You said porno.
Find what makes you zesty. You know, that's true. Yeah. Tiny Meow. Yes, Meow was a little cat girl in the corner. Lay, what's up? Yeah, hello. Have I listened to Queen Card by G Idol? I don't know if I have. You want to drop a link to that to the Discord? Which reminds me, again, you guys can drop by the Discord if you, or join the Discord if you'd like to get notified for when I go live next. I think I might be busy actually, no, it's Saturday. No, never mind. I am busy next Sunday. So I'm busy next Sunday, so I might move my tarot card reading stream to Saturday instead. But again, join the Discord to get notified for my stream schedule. Again, I usually stream Thursday, Friday, Sunday, but only 3 of those days. So you guys gotta check out which one. They're like Ash and Pikachu, really. You're always impressed how expressive this Meowie is. It's because the ears move with the eyebrows. Yeah. Hey, yo, what? No, you guys didn't hear anything. Don't worry. Oh, because I picked the queen card. I see. You can try to get a tarot card reading next stream. Yes. Go ahead and do so. Saturday might be better because you guys can actually stay up for it too. Probably. Who knows? But thank you guys for coming out. Again, please also check out Meowie. She's the other tarot card reader here. I don't know why I was about to type in like ARC.
Hello, I'm Yali. Hello, I'm your personal demon cabinet here service.
Let me go ahead and find somebody to raid. But chat, in the meantime, it's time to say goodnight. It is that time of night where we are closing down, winding down. Not even winding down. I'm kicking you guys out. Shop's closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kiddas, have a good night. Mir, hello. Have a good night. Oh, Mir, I would have wanted to do a tarot card reading for you. Gus, have a good night. Rach, have a good night. You're going to Discord right now? Ayo, let's go. Oh, I don't know what that noise was. I was like, ayo. I was like an ayo, but then yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zhongli, have a good night. Aiko, have a good night. Thanks for sticking around. Kiddas, have a good night. Panda, have a good night. Thank you again for all the subs. Rach, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. Ray, have a good night. Nagi. Naigi. Is it Naigi? Naigi. Thank you for dropping by as well. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night. Sarah, have a good night. It's still afternoon, then good afternoon to you, Sarah. Gumi, have a good night. Deadly, have a good night. Benzine, have a good night. Aiko, have a good night. Michelle, have a good night. Rain, have a good night. And Obo, have a good night. Oh my god, there's so many of you guys here. Make sure again to follow. That's another way to get notifications. I don't know who we're raiding tonight. There's actually not too many people who are still live or who are here. We can send the raid over to we send the raid over to Shin. Shin's currently playing Resident Evil 7. I don't know what time zone is Shin in? Man, Shin doesn't have a shirt on. This guy. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and raid Shin. Shin is I think he's a Catboy VTuber. I feel like that's
Yeah, he do be Catboy.
He is a Catboy VTuber. He's a Nekomata. Yes.
Nekomata.
He is currently shirtless. But let's go ahead and send the raid over to Shin. You guys can go ahead and use raid 6. And then if you're not subscribed, you can go ahead and use raid 2. Tef, hello. Have a good night, Tef. Panda, have a good night. Jake, have a good night. Lay, have a good night. Obo, have a good night. Thank you guys all for coming out. No way, not why the baby girl won. Now bark for the souls. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. Drink water. Dude, I will hydrate for sure.
Me too. I probably should.
Yeah, Meowie also needs to hydrate. After all the algae tonight. Kick me to the shirtless Neko. Yes, I'm sending you guys over to Shin, who is a shirtless Neko. He also has a very calm voice, I think. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. Not Aiko, not the baby girl. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys all for coming out, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Penis. Did I make it?
Wait. There we go. Yeah. There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
penis.
Bye.